What's up, beautiful humans? How are you doing? Free range humans, hey? That's what I'm going to call you. You're free range humans. Um, we are stopping the AI takeover of planet Earth. So we're still, you know what I'm saying? We might have shitty diets. We might be doing we might have bad habits. We might have some negative energetic attachments. We might have some incorrect, ignorant thoughts in our minds, but we are still free range humans. I came out of a vagina. I'm proud I came out of a vagina. And I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's better that we are making babies with each other and not just being cloned in human clone factories. You know what I'm saying? I think it's better, just my opinion, but I prefer free range humans to AI mass-produced humans with microchips that do as they're told because they've been programmed. I mean, I know what you're saying, guys. I know what you're saying. Humans already do as they're told because they've been so brainwashed. I get it. I hear what you're saying. But at least now we still have the capability to think for ourselves, to do the inner work, and to actually be sovereign beings. It's possible. I'm just saying it's possible. I'm not saying we're all exercising that. Okay, before anybody comes at me. So hi everybody. I thought I'd do a little teaching today on stillness, how to remain in your center with the breath, with the intention, connected to source, even though it's a little bit crazy out there, huh? Just a little bit, just a tiny bit of a crazy world out there today. So I'm going to do some teaching in a rant. There is going to be a little meditation that we're going to implement some of the stuff I'll be sharing. And then maybe we can just have a little chat later for those who just want to bullshit a little bit. We can do some bullshitting. We can do some bullshitting later, but let's actually get to the good stuff. Because I know some of you are going to be like, we came in for the thing. We came in to learn stuff. And he's just, yep. So we'll do the thing, okay? We'll do the thing. So radio show says, please tell me I'm still in your good timeline. We are in a good timeline, folks. Everything is happening perfectly. And this is actually part of the teaching we're going to get into today. So first thing I want to say, humans have a tendency, wait. Let's just do a couple of breaths together, guys. Even before we do the teaching, let's just get a little present with each other for a second. Then we'll do the teaching. So let's just sit down. Look me in the eye. I'm going to look at the camera. That's right. You, talking to you. You beautiful being, you. Look at you. Huh? You're sitting there. You're hoping secretly that everything works out. You want to know it's going to be okay. You love people. You want your friends to be okay. You want your family to be okay. You just want to have a job and have food on the table and just live your life and be happy. And you're hoping it's all going to be okay. I hear you. We're all kind of in the same boat at this point. But everything is actually going to be fine. Trust me. Let's do a little breath together. So just sit comfortably. I like to do that. I learned this hand position recently. They have like hand mudras. It's pretty spiritual woo-woo. I know. You guys are going to be like, oh, he's going to be talking about hand mudras now. Jesus, when does this guy quit? But this one is grace, if I'm not mistaken. So these don't, and before the people were, he's doing satanic symbols. He's one of them. He's the Illuminati. That's not what I'm doing. This hand is here, and then 3 fingers go here. So this is actually hand mudra for grace. And sometimes, if you're fidgety, some people are really fidgety and they have a lot of energy. And actually, by putting your focus and attention on just a mudra, even if it's just anything, doesn't really matter, but this is just one. There's lots. But I like this one. It's grace. And so I find it useful it actually helps. It's weird, but it actually helps me just be present when I do some kind of thing. So if you're wondering what's happening down there, if you're like, he's probably scratching his nuts. When you see me do this and smell, that's how you know I was scratching my nuts. But actually, I'm just doing the hand mudra. Okay. So I'm glad you like the bullshitting, Mr. Incredible. I like it. So a couple of breaths. Here we go. Into the stomach, not the chest, into the stomach. Here we go. And you're going to look at me for this. Ready? We're looking at each other. Big breath in. And out. Let's hold this next one for a good 10 seconds. And out. Big breath in. Let's hold it for 15 seconds because we're crazy. And out. And big one in. Let's hold it for 20 seconds. Now you may feel a little bit of calmness and stillness just from that, a little bit of that presence. So now, before we even get deeper, you can continue to hold those deeper breaths. And you can hold that presence even as you listen to the voice of this madman. So the ability to stay centered no matter what is going on around you is it's a very samurai thing, isn't it? You know, the heart of the warrior, that stillness. Like, it doesn't matter how many people are dying around you. It doesn't matter even that yourself may be chopping people down with your sword. Even though there's crazy action going around everywhere, you are still. You are here, you're present, you're breathing, and you're here now. And this is a hell of a thing. This is a hell of a, I don't even want to call it a skill because it's not really a skill. It's more of a state of being. But it begins with taking full responsibility for our state. So right now, especially with all the pandemic that's happened over the last few months and obviously the elections, everybody is freaking out about things that are happening out there in the external world. And generally people will allow things happening out there to affect what they have going on in here. And that actually is the cause of most suffering, most unhappiness, all of your, pretty much most people's problems, right? It's because there's something that's not happening or is happening that you disagree with, right? And it's happening out there, okay? Well, what if there was no out there? What if you could get to a place of knowing internally where there was only what's going on in here? And out there was just a dream, just a TV show you can choose to watch or not watch. And the only thing that truly was permanent and real was your own state. That's a hell of a question. And this is actually a huge part of the awakening journey that we're all on, right? Taking full responsibility for what's going on here. taking full responsibility for our life, where our life is at, taking full responsibility for our vibrational frequency and everything that we're putting out. Imagine for a second that every single human being on planet Earth stopped, looked at their life, looked where they are now, and actually made the decision where they're at now is exactly where they should be based on their decisions and their actions and everything that they've ever done. Everybody's exactly where they need to be right now. And where you're at is exactly because of everything that you've manifested, created, every love that you've had, every fear that you've had, every crazy thing you've ever done, every smart thing you've ever done, every stupid thing you've ever done, everything that's ever happened has led you to this perfect moment where you're supposed to be right now. Imagine every person took responsibility of literally their vibrational frequency. So whatever you're feeling, whether it's love and bliss and happiness or fear or angst, depression, whatever it is, what if every single person went, okay, I'm here in this frequency now because it is my responsibility, it's always been my responsibility to live my life, to run my life, and everything I've done has gotten me to this point. There's nobody outside of yourself to blame for anything. Imagine every single person literally just went, fuck it, I'm not blaming anyone else, it's not anyone else's fault. I'm actually fully the creator of my experience, and everything that's happening is absolutely, I have manifested this for me. This is all my creation. Because as humans, because there's so much shit fuckery going on out there, and there is, believe me, there is. I get it. Don't even get me started on the shit fuckery, especially now. We'll talk about that later. But there's so much going on out there. It's very, very easy to point the finger and go, it's the system. It's the religions, it's the beliefs, it's the media, it's other people. And to a degree, yes, all of that stuff is affecting us. Of course it is. But ultimately, even though that's all out there and it's trying to influence us, who has the actual final power and ultimate power when it comes to you, your vibration, your thoughts, your beliefs, your actions, everything that you're creating in this world? Who has the final say in the matter? Well, you do. Because you're still, until the AI robots fully take over, you are fully in control of your reality. Right? You have the final say. Lots of influences, but you're actually running the show. Right? So, and it's a really, really big one. It's a big one just to go, I'm the creator here. It really is a big one. And there's many levels to this because we're actually the creator and we're also the creator here in a body, right? Less power than the infinite consciousness that is our nature, seemingly, but we're still that here. And a part of this is a really big teaching, and I'm probably not going to do this right now, but the recognition, when you look at your whole life and you actually see that fundamentally, even though you've done stupid shit, we've all done stupid shit, we've all not been present, okay, we've all said things that weren't true, we've had opinions that turned out to be wrong, we've trusted the wrong people. I mean, we've done stupid shit. We've all done really stupid shit. Can we just be real here for a second? We've all done really stupid shit, guys. Okay. But if you look at your life, isn't it a little bit freaky if you really look at your life? That all the really major stuff, like when you could have done something really stupid, or you could have died, or you could have just got, that time you almost fucking had your hand chopped off, or like the really stupid shit, somehow, almost by a miracle, it worked out okay. It wasn't so, somehow something happened. Whoa, that was a close call. Like seriously, give me a hell yeah. Like if you've noticed this, like you've had a lot of close calls, and it always, it ends up okay. It doesn't mean it's easy, but in the end, you're like, whoo, like there's this divine hand making sure that we don't get totally fucked over, right? And that's because there is a perfect intelligence that is there guiding us. We do have a great plan. There's a great plan unfolding for the planet as in its awakening and in our awakening as individuals, and that is happening right now. And it's always been happening. It's always been happening perfectly, because again, that version of you that's planned all this out for this experience that you're having, that's also you, just another aspect of you. And all of the, and this is where it gets freaky, right? All the major things that are supposed to happen in your life, they're already predetermined. All the major stuff, meeting your life partner, or that business that you're going to start that's going to fail horribly because you have to learn a lot of lessons, as well as that business you're going to start after that's going to be extremely successful. These things are already there. Getting really rich and blowing all your money like an idiot. Done that one twice. These things are there for your learning. And when you realize the major stuff is going to happen anyways, you can let go of trying to control all of the outcomes, right? You can simply just be here, be present, and enjoy the ride. You can start to let go when you realize you're not actually the one that's in control of any of this. And I'm going to give you guys this. I'm going to go into a little teaching, and we're actually going to do a practice where I'm going to show you guys how you can connect to your true nature and get to that still point, so that you can actually start to receive instructions from that aspect. We could just call it your higher self, so that you can actually be from that place, living your life, manifesting, and pretty much having the most amazing time ever, because you're actually in alignment with higher truth, rather than just the ego, where you're just running around trying to get stuff and trying to make money and trying to do all this kind of, you know what I'm saying? All this ego stuff. If that makes sense. But this concept is a really huge one. Things are just unfolding, and you don't have to force everything. You really don't. But to really deepen our knowing in that, it really helps to be able to tap into that higher self, to tap into source, and be getting our instructions from there. So I'm going to go into that, because I want everybody to, I want you guys to be able to do that. I know some of you are already doing that. I know some of you have been following me for a long time already, and you're already doing the things and all the spiritual practices and reading the books. All the stuff I've been talking about for, I don't know, years now, I guess, since 2015, where I'm just like ranting about all this kind of stuff. So shall we cover this topic? This would be a good one. Wow, this is going to be longer than I thought, but I just, fuck it, guys. It's a special day. It's crazy. We're just doing a long one. We're going to hang out. We're going to hang out, guys. We're going to hang out. Niels is asking, the stream, you mean God source? Yes, that's what I mean. And I'm going to explain a little bit about that right now. Yeah, glad. Yes, Niels is saying, if the ego is an illusion, then free will is an illusion also. Yes, to a degree, yes. To a big degree, free will is an illusion. We do have enough free will where we can learn, when we can do we could still take actions and do things and make mistakes and do brilliant things and run around like this, but ultimately what's that expression? All roads lead to Rome. Is that correct? So ultimately we're going back to source, right? And the major waypoints along there, meeting your life partner, like I said, all these major things, those things are going to happen, but boy, can you fuck up and experience, using your free will to do a lot of stupid shit on the way. Absolutely. So we do have that free will. Like I could take this fucking glass and smash it over my head right now. It's not predetermined. That would be a stupid thing to do. Maybe I'll learn something from it. Maybe you guys will think I'm crazy. Maybe I'll get a lot of subscribers. Maybe 1 million people will see me smashing this over my head. And you know what I'm saying? I could do it, but I'm pretty sure it's not higher self telling me, hey, bro, the thing that's for the benefit of all beings right now, smash this glass over your head. No, that'd be my ego going, I know what I'm going to do. You know what I'm saying? I could do, so yeah, I have the free will and that I can control, little shit like that. But like, when am I going to, like any major thing, when am I going to meet the woman who I'm going to marry or whatever, like make a life commitment to and actually have babies? Like, when am I going to have kids? That's not up to me. You think it's up to me? It's not up to me. That's up to the higher self. That's already going to happen or not. It has nothing to do with my free will, and I'm busy. If God wants me to have kids, like literally, like you're having babies, I'm going to, who am I to say no? And that's really a big part of the awakening, is realizing you're not doing anything. You're not running the show. It's just literally just letting go and getting the fuck out of the way, out of divine will. Literally, that's what it is. That's what it is. So let's get into this now, because this is going to be, I think this will be juicy for maybe. We'll see. That's funny. Fred Blogs, good. Glad you did that. I'm just reading the comments here. You got some good ones here. There's a guy on YouTube that's entire channel is jumping into dangerous shit. Who's jumping into dangerous shit? Did I color my hair? No, I did not color my hair, but I have had some major more ego deaths and merging with the source, and lots of screaming and dying, which I haven't had a chance to talk about yet very much. But ever since all that, yes, I seem to, my aging seems to have slowed down a lot. My hair seems to have gotten less gray, and other things which I haven't talked about, but a lot of things are happening that are very interesting. That would sound pretty, people might have difficulty believing, frankly, but things are happening that are very interesting. A lot of things will be on the Woke as Fuck podcast that I literally wouldn't go into here, just because they're too cray. They're just too cray. Okay, so let me go into this, and then we'll have a little hang out. So I'm going to talk about why people. So, and just let me know, just honestly, how many people in here, or trying to at least, well, put it this way, who's tried to meditate and who's failed miserably? Like, that's what I'd like to know. Like, who's actually, if you're meditating, let me know you're meditating, like meditating okay, like it's working. And if you've just brutally failed, like, let me know, like you've just brutally failed, like tried and failed. Because I'm going to talk about right now why most people fail and what you can actually do to stop it. No flirting on a live stream. Yeah, I know I'm broadcasting to Woke. Now that I got the fancy software, I might as well hit up the relevant channels all at once. I'm very sneaky. But technically, it's not a Woke as Fuck podcast. It's a live stream. I usually talk about the super, crazy shit in the Woke as Fuck podcasts. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I'm going to talk about why people fail at meditation, generally speaking. So most people, and this is really this is epic. Like, if you actually understand what meditation can be and what you can use it for, it will completely change the course of your life. Like, to the degree where, I mean, it's undescribable. Some of the experiences that you can have when you're on the spiritual path. that can come through meditation. Most of mine actually haven't, but after having certain experiences, I can tap back into those states through meditation. So it doesn't really matter. Everybody's different. Some people might, you know what I'm saying? Some people get there this way, that way. There's no real, you can never say like, this is how things are going to happen for you. That doesn't exist. But most people fail at meditation because they're trying to do something. Okay. They're trying to do something. I'm going to go and meditate now. Let me take my clock. I'll set a timer for 30 minutes and I'm going to meditate for 30 minutes. Okay. But they're trying hard to do something. Look at me. Okay. I'm not going to think. I'm definitely not going to think now. I'm going to not think for half an hour. That is the entirely wrong energy to bring to meditation. Meditation is not a doing. It's the ultimate non-doing. It's literally doing absolutely nothing. The human condition is suffering because we're doing all the time. Endlessly doing something, any action, where you're just doing because you're trying to achieve something or get somewhere, that is why everyone is suffering, because you're trying to do something or get somewhere or get something or get someone when there's no one to get, there's nowhere to go, there's nothing to do other than to be what you already are. The point of meditation is to tap into that which you already are. The ultimate non-doing, non-thinking, simply being. The intention, therefore, that you have when you try and meditate is absolutely critical. And this is where people go wrong. Okay, if I can just not think, I'm going to do this technique and I'm not going to think. Okay, it's definitely useful if you can not think, and that's fantastic. But I've met people who have been doing meditation where they're trying to have not thinking, or they're trying to have still peace, mindful. They're practicing mindfulness. Hey, bro, how long you been meditating? Oh, I've been meditating for 8 years. Cool. How's it going for you? Good. Yeah, do it twice a day. Do it twice a day for half an hour each time. Yep. So, anything interesting happen over those 8 years? Nope. But you've been meditating for 8 years. What's happened? No, I just sit there and I feel more calm afterwards, and I'm able to just chill out. Good. So you've been doing it for 8 years and you feel a bit more calm. Yep. Okay. I met people who for 20 years have been meditating. They're not very calm. They're not particularly, they're able to sit and be quiet for a bit and maybe calm down, but they're not actually doing something fundamentally much more profound than simply calming the mind. There's a part missing. And that part is connecting to source. That is the point here. All of the power to create like anything, to do anything, to heal anything, to live a life that's literally magic is available to you. But you simply have to drop the thinking mind and tap into your higher self, source energy. To remember what you truly are is not enough. You can remember, but to actually be regularly tapping into that stillness, that higher power, and then embodying it and actually being it, holy shit, that's a whole journey. But even to start to tap into it, okay, if I can just get this across in this particular stream, to give you that, you guys, that habit of just being able to tap into it, to have a practice where daily you sit, even if it's for 2 minutes, but you're actually connecting with that That one, that infinite stillness and presence that actually is yourself. That's a game changer. That's a game changer. So one little piece of information that's worth knowing and contemplating, because this is really the exploration. I'm inviting you to, to go down this little rabbit hole. As crazy as it will sound to most people who are just like living their life and they're just hustling, they're trying to make money, they're trying to do their things, most people look at you and go, what? You're crazy. You're crazy when you tell them this. But this is what it is. You must start remembering that your nature is not this. That you are not a body. This is not you. Okay, the thoughts rolling around in your head, as real as they seem, they're not you. Okay, consciousness, awareness, that which is able to discern and listen and to that which is experiencing everything that is happening, that is you. That is what we must tap into. That's what we have to access. That's what we have to access if we really want to bring in the power that's available to us in these bodies. So I can say, it's getting hot. It's getting hot. Woo! Oy! Whew! Ah, damn, that's better. Oh, geez, I'm dying. Yeah, there we go. So this is exactly what I'm talking about here. It's a great comment. Thanks for the comment, Mr. John, Mr. Hughes, Mr. John Hughes. John says, hi, Sasha, I've been meditating for years, always with intention and hoping to get some sort of download, but all I do is essentially sleep for 20 minutes. You see what I'm saying? You have a nice little rest, right? You do it for 20 minutes, you come out and you go, okay, you either fell asleep or even if you're present, mind quieted and it's good. And that's great. It's good to still the mind. But unless you're wanting to connect with something far deeper, it's not going to happen, right? Everything about our lives is about our intention. Have you noticed this about life? I'm going to make a bold statement here to everybody watching. Have you noticed that every time you had a firm, clear intention to accomplish something in your life, it happened just about every time? Is that not true? I mean, I'm talking about when you, on a deep level, your mind and your heart, right, were set like, I'm doing this. I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm doing this, right? Whether it was a project for school, getting a certain job, dating a certain person. But when you absolutely 100% set your mind and you were just like, I'm absolutely doing this, that you were able to manifest that. Because when we're truly aligned, right, in every way, we absolutely can always do that. But the problem is we're not. We're not. So the intention to connect to that higher power, it's everything. It's absolutely everything. Now, this is where it gets interesting and a little tricky. If you're one of the beings watching and you've never had a major awakening experience, a samadhi, ego death, I mean, whatever word, if you've never actually tapped into that higher self, that source, that infinite energy that is truly who you are, of course, it's a little bit trickier to go back to that space in a meditation, right? Because you're like, well, what does that mean? And for those people, I simply say, You have been there. You have been there, maybe not in an extreme, but you have been there. Every time you've had those moments where your mind goes still and you're just present, you've been there. Maybe you've just looked out a window at some point and you're looking at a tree and you're like, wow, it's so beautiful. And your mind just went quiet and you're just looking at the colors and you're like, wow, look at those colors. That was it. You know, if you ever had that, you're washing dishes and you're just washing dishes and after a while, like you just zone out and literally you are the dish. You are the dish rag and it's just going around and there's nothing else going on at all. And then suddenly you go, oh, I'm not thinking. Oh, and then boom, you go back into thinking, right? It's happened to everybody. Oh, apparently my battery just kicked out. Don't worry, I do have another one. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to switch cameras. It's all good. So we've all been there. Every single human being, pretty much. Hang on, guys. I'm just going to switch my monitor to the other one. Audio input, audio output. That's not it. Oh, here we go. There we go. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm up closer now. Look at that. Now you just get this big melon head. That's the old laptop. Not as cool. Not as cool as the fancy camera, but it'll still work. Man. All right. But so there you go. Somebody's saying, Fletcher's saying, that's funny. I was there this morning when I was taking a piss. That second or two of bliss is magnificent. Mongoose is flirting with me, as usual. Hey, wait a second. Yeah, that's flirting. That's good. So, would turning the roof light off help? All right, I'll try that. Is that better? It's really, really cloudy here in Vancouver, which it's going to be for the next few fucking months. So yeah, lighting is going to be poopy. I'm gonna have to buy an extra special like light thingy because this is dark as fuck. So this concept, this is really important when you're going to try and connect to source, right? Whether you've had the experience or not. I know some of you guys, you've had like you've done magic mushrooms, you've fucking left the body, you experienced that ultimate love and presence and bliss of what we are, and you're just like, we know we're that. You know, some people have had acid experiences. Some people have had, like, listen, a lot of people have had these experiences, or at least, I don't know a lot, but people through sex within a divine relationship, coming from that place of love, have had unbelievable oneness experiences through tantric sex. You know what I mean? And that's actually a path to enlightenment, is through tantra as well. I know some of you guys listening are like, that sounds like a good one for me. Oh yeah, finding God through the poon. That doesn't suck. That's not bad. I know that's what you're thinking. You guys are. I know how you guys think. So, oh, did I get it? Somebody said I got a donation with a good question. I didn't see. Oh, I did. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. I didn't see that. Apparently, somebody sent me a donation. Oh, $6.99. Now let's see. What can I get for $6.99? I could get like a Starbucks. I guess I can get something. I always feel like motivating myself by thinking, what could I get with this? What can I get for $6.99? I could get some pears. You know, I could get like probably like 8 or 10 pears or something. So that's not bad. I'm going to go out and I'm going to buy me some pears. That's my food money for the day, guys. I'm eating pears after this. So really appreciate your teachings. What is your daily spiritual practice routine, if you have one? All right. I can answer that question. Hey, I can answer that question. Then I'm going to continue with the thing. So my general everyday practices that I do are 5 Tibetans. there's a good book. Well, you could easily find those actually. There's one particular book written with the whole story and yada yada yada. I'd have to find it. But basically, yeah, 5 Tibetans. They don't take long at all. They're really, really simple movements, but they open up your chakras. They get you moving, and they work the muscles like enough where yeah, your body's not gonna fall apart. So if you just do those physically, like it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And I'm pretty sure they slow down the aging process massively. I've been doing those for, I guess, 3 years, and they're really good. So that's number 1. Number 2, I do Falun Gong or Falun Dafa, and it's a form of Qigong. It's the one that Chinese government made basically illegal, and they go and they kill people and harvest their organs in China. They just catch those people and yeah. So it's good. It's actually really, really powerful, and that's the reason they don't want people in power, so that they're literally stopping people from doing that. So don't do that in China. Dangerous. But if you're not in China, you can do it. So those 2 have kind of been my principal things. And generally, when I'm being disciplined, for my personal habit is that when I wake up, whenever that is, I just have my spiritual time up till like noon. So I'll just be doing anything that's about my awakening and liberation and that makes me the happiest up till noon. So that's just what I do. So so all the stuff I've said, listening to high vibration music, cleaning my room of energies, like putting some Palo Santo, monks chanting, that's a good one. And then yoga, stretching, anything like that, reading books, like my favorite books or anything like that. So anything that really lifts me up and inspires me, that's like my personal spiritual woo-woo time till noon. So I'm in such a good mood by noon, and I'm feeling so amazing. Then it's like, okay, well, then if I have to like film videos or do something for work or write an email or talk to people or do calls or whatever, then I'll start that stuff then. But for me, taking that time to make sure I feel good and that my vibration is high and that I'm basically blissed out and happy, that's the priority for me. And I find that's the only way you're ever going to accomplish anything, because it's only in those states of high vibration where you're in that love and you're putting, that love, that vibration, that's everything. That's literally everything. And in that state, it doesn't matter what work you're doing at noon. Even if at noon you're like, okay, you got some boring job and you have to do it and it's monotonous, you'll be doing that in a state of love. And so everyone around you, if you're doing it, like, it doesn't matter what you're doing or where you're at, everyone around you, if there's people around, are going to feel your vibration, and it attracts like vibration, and it attracts opportunity, and it attracts everything. So literally everything is about vibration. Like nothing else actually matters. And so that's why it's so important for us as humans that are, again, up here trying to do and accomplish things, to take that time and focus on our vibration first before we get involved in the day. And I'm guilty of this too, believe me. Sometimes I'm excited because I'm in my passion, I'm in my flow, and I actually know what I'm doing here on planet Earth. So I'm excited to wake up and be like, oh, I got to do this. Like I got so much stuff going on. I'm starting a new business, a new funny spiritual t-shirt clothing company. Basically, I'm doing stand-up comedy. I've got, each week I'm doing a comedy gig. So stand-up comedy, working on my jokes. I'm still running another business. I got my spiritual podcast. And then of course, trying to just wake people up in general, and flying and going out and, to stop the global communist takeover of planet Earth. That takes up a bit of time too. I'm pretty passionate about that. So a lot of things going on. But what I've noticed is if I don't take that time to really touch in and connect to source and do those practices that really get me in my heart and feeling the love, everything I'll be doing, all that other stuff, it won't be high level. It won't be that source energy coming through me doing that for the benefit of all beings. It's actually my ego going, oh, I just need to accomplish this. I need to do that. I need to get this done. And you can still do things to a degree, but it's not coming from that highest energy. Does that make sense? That's why it's so important. I'm like Bill Clinton over here. I did not have spiritual practices with that woman. So important to do those practices, and there's nothing more important than that. Nothing. That's literally that's it. So anyway, so I hope that that answers the question. What else do I do? Yeah, meditation, just going within. Super importante. And I'm glad you guys also liked the question. That's good. Okay. So I guess one more little thing I want to rant about, and then we're gonna try and tap on a source together, and we're going to see if we can really go still and connect. Okay. So I was talking about most people failing at meditation because they don't have an intention, and they're just doing it, they're just doing it because they're like, okay, it's going to be good for me. I'm going to sit there and I'm not going to think. And yeah, they get generally speaking nowhere. Many people. So spending some time every day contemplating your true nature is extremely beneficial. Yeah, just literally contemplating, what is my nature? What am I? Really, it's really something. It doesn't mean meditating on it. Just contemplating it, just sitting on your bed, having a cup of tea, looking at the trees outside, and just thinking, well, what am I? What is my name? What actually am I? What am I doing here? Like, what am I doing here? Why am I on the planet? What's the point here? Going for walks, really good, and just having a contemplation. What is contemplation? Exactly. Great question. So contemplation just means simply to ponder, to consider, to think about, right? That's all it is, just to think about. So it's not like a forced, like meditation is a very like, I'm going to do this thing now. Contemplation is just like having a thought and gently bringing your mind back to it. So it's you're allowing it to sort of cook. You're kind of simmering in that thought and just seeing where it goes. Right? It's not like a strict practice meditation. You're sitting there and you're doing the thing. Contemplation is just like, it's like basking in a thought, just allowing it to be there and just seeing where it goes. Yes, well, that's a good question. Why are we manifesting Corona craze? Because Corona craze has to be happening right now for people to wake up, right? Everybody is going to be going through exactly what they need to be going through in their unique spiritual awakening. Always. Yeah. Everybody is going through it, right? So right now, humanity needs to see the corruption of the beings that are controlling, you want to call it the Democrats or whatever. We already kind of know. Humanity knows who those beings are. People apparently need to see that even in America, land of the free, the level of corruption that exists, that one person can be winning with most of the votes counted in several places. They stop the voting, and then suddenly the next day, oh, just the amount of votes they needed for the other guy, boom. Oh, all those ballots suddenly appeared. Interesting. Obviously, we as a collective need to see that is the level of corruption that's happening right now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be happening, right? It's a massive wake-up call for humanity. And also, being forced to be still, not being able to go to work, all these things. It's all happening. It's all divine, even though we know that this, pandemic was planned by those naughty forces, the naughty forces that are clearly being disassembled now. Yes, that's true, but ultimately nothing can happen that's not part of the ultimate plan. And so the you can call it good guys. There's not really good or bad, but the alliance, they knew that was going to happen. So they're now using this whole thing to take the attempt to take down humanity and enslave humanity. They're actually taking this as an opportunity to lock everyone down and go ahead and take out the people who are really the bad actors, who are doing some evil ass shit on the planet, and they're being dismantled pretty brutally right now. Pretty brutally, as the whole narrative is collapsing about our reality. It's amazing. Yeah. So Jake, yeah, that is funny. This is a great comment. I mean, I didn't want to get into this yet, but we're into it. So what the hell? History of elections are always close. 50-50 is almost laughable how manipulated democracy is. Yeah. So again, democracy, again, it's part of the illusion. This is part of our awakening to realize there hasn't been democracy, that this whole thing has been, this whole illusion, it's all been fake from the beginning. There's no democracy. The people who are kings and queens before simply wanted to make it look like, oh, we'll let people vote, but they're still in power. It doesn't matter who you vote for. The whole thing's a sham. If you look at what's happening globally now, it's really, really obvious that it's all a scam. Once you understand that, if you take this test for Rona, 89 to 94% of people are positive. Guess what? They test more. Cases are going up. Nobody's dying. Let's shut down the economy. Let's destroy everybody's jobs. Let's ruin everything. Okay, so the communist agenda, it's actually even darker than that, but we'll just call it communism. It's the easiest way. It's very obvious that of what's happening, and it's happening, and it's coming to an end because humanity is awakening. We're all awakening, right? It's the consciousness is rising massively. That's all that really, really matters here. Ultimately, it doesn't even really matter who wins in the U.S. because the consciousness is going to continue to go up, and people who are awake and in their hearts and recognize the oneness of humanity, like as more people have the spiritual awakenings, which is fundamentally dropping the ego and recognizing the true self, which is consciousness, which is everybody, the infinite one consciousness that is eternal. If you realize that you are that and everyone is that and it's all one, so we're actually the one, how can you go and murder or kill or steal from anyone? Because it's not even just that they're your brother or your sister. It's deeper than that. It's actually yourself. Every single being in existence is yourself. Okay? And that truth is actually what I'm pointing to when I'm telling you guys to connect to your higher self, to connect to source. When you meditate, when you go within, that is the truth you're trying to connect to, right? That's what that's the real pointing. And I know, some of you listen to, well, right now we're broadcasting there too. Oh yeah, only for the second time. The Woke as Fuck podcast. Oh yeah, episode 46, where I talk about, where I basically I'd left the body. Like I literally had the massive awakening. Christ consciousness spoke through me. Tremendous power, tremendous knowing that all beings are the infinite one being, consciousness, Christ, self. I, Sasha, died, literally collapsed. Black energy came out of my body, which my teacher saw. Pachamama, the planet, took that energy. I was like, okay, I'm going to heaven. Excellent. This is going to be great. Waited to go to the light. Looking at my watch, like, where the fuck, how, why, here it goes. Okay, I accept death. Apparently I'm dying. That's weird. Didn't expect that to happen because I just realized that was all beings forever and ever and ever. And that's the realization I was looking for. But apparently I'm dying. Good. This is interesting. And I let go and was like, okay, here we go to heaven. And I actually, I thought I was done for, experienced just letting go. And then bam, woke up in the body, back in the body, without that level of ego consciousness. And then for the rest of that day, literally just being in the absolute bliss of just consciousness, self-awareness, all that is. And yeah, and then shifting out between like trying to talk and be a person to like just being in that state, generally not talking, just being. And that state, source, you can call it source, you can call it heaven. That's really you, that's really me, that's really we, right? And it's never really possible to explain it, but like even the example where I'm talking about, like, you're washing your dishes and your mind checks out and you're just presence. Imagine the ultimate highest, if you went all the way up to absolute total presence without any thoughts, any mind, nothing, just self-awareness that you exist. And it's like it's a permanent existence. It is forever. Peace, love, eternal. It's like being absolutely eternal. There's no There's nothing but yourself. Literally, all of existence is literally yourself. It's all you. It's all happening at once. And there's no, it's all already happened. There's absolutely no time. It's literally just like everything that is yourself. You are existence. And it's forever. Like there's absolutely no end. It's all you. There's no good. There's no bad. There's just everything that is forever. And you're fully aware that I am. And all that is happening, all that form and everything that's going on, it's all yourself forever. And there you are. And it's just complete joy and peace and like beyond imagination, love beyond imagination, just forever. Okay. That is actually yourself. That is where you go when you check out of the flesh suits. Every being that's ever checked out or had a near-death experience comes back and goes, whoa, that was awesome. I want to go back. I don't want to come back to planet Earth. Fuck this noise. Everybody. Because it's, it's, whoo, people think heaven is like there's going to be beings up there hanging out and shit. And maybe I think there's different levels. You know what I'm saying? So probably there are levels where you're hanging out and there's probably lots of beings hanging out. Sure. But that source, whoo, it's just, there's no beings because there's only being itself. There's just literally existence itself. It's all you. There's no separation of any kind. You're just everything that is. So when I want to truly tune in, that's where I go. Like just for, that's where I'm trying to connect to in my, and it's not like I don't even have like a sit there for 20 minutes. I don't even have a meditation practice. I literally just go back to that knowledge for a moment, breathe, know that I am that eternal consciousness, take a breath out. And as soon as I'm just like, I'm like, okay, great. And then I'll simply literally ask, what can I do today to be in service of that infinite consciousness, which is all beings forever? And I'll just tune into that. And then I'll get some idea and I'll just like tune in, like, that's what I'm supposed to do. Yep. Okay. From that state, I get my downloads of what I'm supposed to do. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm doing that. And honestly, there's no person doing the decision making. This is the point of it, really. You want to get to that point where you can just know from higher self, from source, this is what I'm supposed to be doing today, this week. This is my purpose for being here. Like all of these questions that we have, they're all answered. If you can really connect to that, all of the downloads will be available to you because there's no secrets. Nobody's trying to keep anything from you. We're just so cluttered in our mind with this ego that we think is us, right? With all its beliefs and all its traumas we picked up from society, our parents, all this kind of shit in our mind, right? Everything. We're so cluttered up in here, we can't connect to that source. And in that source, there are no questions. There's no questions. How can there be questions when you're just consciousness forever? What questions could you have? There's no one to ask the questions. There's no one to answer the questions. It's literally just everything. Everything is yourself. It's good. It's good. It's good. So, so the knowledge that is you, if you haven't had an experience like that, that's okay. But just knowing that is your true self and having the intention to realize that is the journey that we all are on, whether we know it or not, but being conscious of that journey. That's what the spiritual path truly is. If you want, people ask, what do you think of religion? Religion is mainly a crock. Religion was supposed to be that journey. Okay, spirituality is that journey, discovering the truth of your nature. That is the point of all of this. That is the point of the matrix. That's literally the point of existence. You are all that, all that consciousness in a body, right? You've forgotten that you're all that. And now as you drop the trauma and do the healing and drop the layers of ego and all these beliefs you have of you, and you start having more and more experiences of that oneness, of that truth. And the experiences are countless. They're countless. I've had so many major awakenings right now. Like I have not even, the last bunch have been so intense that I haven't had the time even or the capacity even to try and sit down and actually go, okay, I'm going to try and go through these because it's so much. And it happens first, you'll have one, and then more and more, and then it starts just going, and then it just goes light speed. But that's the point here. That's the point. We're all remembering what we are, every single human being. And I think, you know, I might just be a little bit, again, I use the word I kind of loosely, almost. It's like a joke because there's no, this is not myself, right? It's just myself is, we're all that, right? It's we, it's actually we are, we just say we all the time because we are awakening. We are doing all of it. It's all, we're literally one human soul in all these pieces. So we're all doing the same thing. Some of us unique souls are just, you know, a little bit ahead. And as we pop off, we're just helping everybody else pop off. And then those guys, you know, we're all just helping each other, right? And if you actually look at reality, nature of reality, it seems that in every dimension, everywhere, that's actually how it works. There's always, even if in your dreams, people who are having out-of-body experiences, people who have who die and come back, so many reports, people who have spiritual awakenings, it's always the same pattern. It's beings at higher vibrations, higher levels of realization, whatever, simply helping those that are directly below them in any way that they can, right? And it just filters down, 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 down. So all these different levels, all the way down to like you've got your spirit guides who are helping you. There's angels out there you have access to, even though they may not be directly, you know what I'm saying? They might not be the ones that are necessarily directly, it's like you have to look after, but we have access to all of that actually, right? We have access to everything. There's nothing, because it's all different levels of yourself. It's pretty ridiculous. So we're gonna try and tap in. We're gonna try and tap into that. That's what we're gonna try and do. Faux real. This guy says, Sasha, what if Trump is actually a good being and fighting against these guys? Well, yes, it's not a what if. Look, nobody's perfect. As long as you're in a human body, nobody's perfect. Nobody's. I'm sure there are incarnations of divine beings that are just literally like, it's just Jesus. It's just Buddha. He's back. Yes. Do I think Trump's one of those? No. But is he trying to take down some seriously nefarious beings who are just doing the absolutely most horrific things you can imagine? Yes. Yes, he is part of that alliance. And yeah, that's why they're doing everything they can to take him down. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. The will of the people, this is the thing. All of those forces, the angelic realms, ETs, all these other beings, they can't just come in and start fucking with human matters and just doing whatever the hell they want to. There is universal law here. And the reason why everyone should be celebrating and being happy right now, this is the real reason, is that because most people within, I don't know if it's global, but I honestly don't know, but within the US, obviously, you know, enough people, I think the majority definitely have voted for, you know who, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, the T-Man. And because of that divine will, because us as humans, we have chosen that over the darkness, the dark side. And because of that, then whatever interference, whatever help it may be required from those higher level beings will be provided to make sure that we are going in the timeline and getting the result that we as humans want, because we've actually chosen that with our energy. That's the point here. So whatever fuckery is happening right now, it's always going to be the divine will, right? The divine will, which is our will, because our will is divine will, right? Because we are co-creating this together as that infinite consciousness, because our will has said we're done with the cabal, we're done with, you know, the fake news, all of that stuff, all those beings who have been running this narrative, right? All of it. You all know what I'm talking about, okay? Because we have chosen another way, now everything will unfold as we've chosen. We are literally choosing this as consciousness. We are the ones creating all of reality, your individual reality and our collective reality. It's all based on what we're doing. This is why the most important thing that we can do as that individual bits of consciousness is connect to that source, right? So we can, bam, so we can literally be tuning in and going, okay, what's for the highest collect? What do we do for all of us to evolve together? What do we do, you know, to play our unique part in the awakening of the species? And then we start doing that. And each one of us has our own unique gifts, right? And so when we start tapping into that, you're going to start getting those downloads of like, okay, this is my thing. This is the gift I'm supposed to bring. Okay, so for me in particular, and this is what I've been tuning into. I've been on a really, really big journey. You guys, I know some of you guys have been following me for years. I've always been about helping people. That's clear. When I was doing stand-up comedy, my joy was just making people laugh. When I was a dating coach, it was about helping guys connect with women. Again, it was really just made me happy. It was amazing. Also, there was a lot of poon. I like the poon. Let's be honest. Chasing the women was a lot of fun. But there was a lot of healing to be done there too. Then I got into self-healing. I was absolutely obsessed with healing myself. I had a major energetic entity that was draining my energy, that was actually killing me. So I had to overcome that and discover that and actually learn how to cleanse myself of energetic attachments. And that was really big. And I went down the so healing and a spiritual awakening path, hardcore 2015 onwards. It was all about waking up. Yeah, so I've gotten the answers that I was looking for over the last 3 years. You know, I'm good. I'm no longer desperately seeking to know my nature. I know my nature. It's wonderful. It's never going to change. I was always that. Even when I thought I was not or didn't know what I was, it doesn't change anything. We all are exactly what we are, and we can never change our nature. The question is, will you discover your nature and know it yourself? Will you have the direct knowledge of your nature? That's the question, right? That's the question. But you can never not be that infinite self-aware consciousness that is absolutely eternal. Impossible. This made me giggle. I just saw this comment. Your ego is huge to claim you are me. Why? So you're so awesome. You're so awesome. I must have a huge ego to be to be you, right? And on one level, yes, because you are all that is infinite consciousness forever experiencing itself through infinite forms. So for me to claim to be you is pretty huge, because that means I'm all that is forever. But the I is not a unique ego. The I is infinite consciousness, and it has no ego. It's literally just all that is forever. It's just presence. So that which we are is not, there's no ego to it. That's the irony when people are, you know, when you're seeking enlightenment, right? This is fucking hilarious. You have a spiritual awakening. It's really deep and profound. Holy fuck. Then you run around telling everyone, hey, look, I'm so enlightened. I had this thing. I know the truth because I had this thing. We're all one. We're all oneness. We're all God. I know the truth. Who knows it? Who knows it? Is God running around telling everybody, I know the truth? Does God need to declare, I am God? Does consciousness need to say, I'm consciousness? No. The ego wants to tell everybody, look at me. Right? It's always the ego. So so you have this awakening. My first big one, boy, geez, there's been so many. It's hard to, I feel like I'm lying when I say this one is big or that one is big, because it's all fucking big. It's all the same freaking thing. But anyway, let's pretend the one in New York was probably the first absolutely major ego fucking death, just God shock. It was unbelievable, and I was in a state of just oneness and love, fuck, for weeks, just blissed out, unbelievable, just nothing to worry about. I'm not a person. I was never a person. It's ridiculous that I thought I was a person, that I was these thoughts. There's only absolute, just everything is God. Woo, awesome. And then, okay, eventually, mind starts coming back in. You start thinking, you want to do things, and now, okay, let's go tell everybody about this. Let's go tell everybody how special I am. Look at this crazy thing that happened. It is amazing. You want to share it. It's the greatest news ever. Everybody's immortal. We're all one. There's nothing to worry about. God is running everything, and you can just chill the fuck out. It's great, but the ego is going to grab it and go, look at me. I'm going to be a spiritual teacher now. Look at me. I'm so special. And so that's the trickiness of the ego. And as you go along and you have more of these experiences, right, you realize there is no one enlightenment. There's lots of enlightenments. There's lots of samadhis. There's lots of ego deaths. It keeps happening over and over and over and over and over and over. And at some point, yeah, you just know that your nature is not this. And in the really big awakenings, there's no one there to claim enlightenment, because the realization is you're not a person or an ego, and there's no separation from source. You literally are source. So there's nobody here. That's the truth. That's the truth. That is enlightenment. There's nobody here to be enlightened. There's nobody here to be enlightened. There's just God is. I am. That's it. That's all there is. Yeah, try that one on for size. And you can't really explain that to anybody either. You can't explain it. There's no explaining it. It just is. Existence simply is. And you happen to be in this form right now, but you're still all of existence, forever experiencing itself. Got it? You get it? Matthew says, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate what you do and how much it helped me personally in a very short time. Thank you. Much love. Thanks, Matthew. I love you too, buddy. That's very nice to hear. Thank you. Thank you. That's why I do this. Slaving away. Making $6.99. Been on here now. $6.99 Canadian. That's my pay, apparently, for this live stream. And it was worth it. It was worth it. I'll hold myself up for $6.99 anytime. There's something funny about that number too. $6.99. Hey Sasha, how was your sermon? Pretty good. I down there in $6.99. Woo! Love that money. You got to admit, there's something funny about those numbers. Yeah, difficult. Difficult is not even a fucking word. There's no articulation. Just must be experienced. But my point is, once you even just hear about this concept of illumination, enlightenment, self-realization, ask the question. Like it's your wanting to know this that's going to lead to you waking up. That's the thing. You genuinely desiring this and wanting this and praying for this. That's what is going to lead to you having these experiences, right? Really, and it's really that simple, because you're talking to yourself. There's nothing that higher self would deny you, this version, this part of the infinite one creator. You are all of it. So why would you deny yourself knowledge of the truth if that's what you desire? Only if you don't desire it, then you won't experience it. And this is what I'm coming to terms with me in my journey, because I've had these experiences, and I know that we're consciousness, all of us are one. Literally the one. I want to share that with other people, because the suffering and the fear and the worry and the concern and all those things, they all drop off when you remember the truth of your nature, because they're all coming from the ego that you think is you. That is creating all this stress. All that drops off literally, actually, in a moment. If you believe it or not, if you really get it's all gone, because you were never that being which had all these worries, all these thoughts, all the survival thoughts. Am I good enough? Am I worthy enough? Do people love me? How do I get love? None of that is real. Infinite consciousness is full, because it literally is all it is, forever experiencing itself. So there's nothing to desire. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to. It's literally you're just absolutely complete. You're already complete. You are existence itself. What do you need to do to feel better? What could you possibly ever do to feel better when you're all that is forever? It's kind of it's ridiculous even to think about that, to consider that. What can I do? What can I do? There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. You're already everything that there is, forever and ever, experiencing itself. There's nothing you can do to change that, ever. However, you can bring yourself closer to actually having that knowledge. And, there's a bunch of practices you can do that will get you closer and closer and closer, but only that higher aspect self the divine will give you that experience when you're ready for that experience. If most people on planet Earth suddenly had, one of the big ones I had, they'd probably lose their shit, to be honest, because it's like it's not in their reality. I don't even know what would happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, people will think they're going crazy. Like even one of my smaller experiences, which was like the first was one happened a couple years ago. It was just me staring at a wall for, I don't know, a while. Whole thing lasted maybe 40 minutes. It was just the ego disappeared. There was no concept of a person. And I'm just staring at a wall at just total presence. Just no God, no oneness, no unity, no love, not just presence, just staring at a wall. Nothing going on, no thoughts. And just the knowing, like, oh fuck, I thought I was a person. Huh. Well, funny. And then going to a yoga class and like trying to talk to a couple people as just being that, knowing that, oh fuck, just that total stillness and forgetting that I'm a person. Most people would think they've lost their shit if they forgot who they were for 40 minutes and were just literally absolute total presence. They'd literally think they had some kind of brain aneurysm, and they'd go explain it to people, and they'd probably get put on medication. That's, that was the beginning of really dropping the ego and having some major, that's what happened right before the big awakenings, right? The ego is going to go at some point. It really is. It's going to drop off. If you can wait until you're leaving the body and you're old, and then you can do it then, or you can go on the path now and start dropping it now, so you can really start living, because you can't really live until you realize, you can't live fearlessly until you realize you're not a person. Because if you think you're a person and you're an ego and it's all very, you're going to be afraid. You're going to be afraid of death. You're going to be afraid of failure. You're going to be afraid of sick. All these things you're going to be afraid of, because you really identify as this thing. And boy, it's not true. I mean, it's a little true. Like, you're this, but you're also everyone else and everything else forever. So compared to that, this truth is, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of minuscule compared to the truth. What's up, Morton? What's going on? Wout. Yep. There you go. So Wout's being honest here. To be honest, my ego stuck in, again, lately, think about oneself and its pretty little problems. One asking how to serve the one. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, this is what it is. Once we start tuning in to the higher self, we will know. We'll get those downloads of like what we're really here to do, what's our unique gift, how we can serve the whole. And that's actually where life begins. When we drop all these ideas that come from society, parents, all these ideas about success and fame, money, all that shit. And we go all irrelevant, all belief systems. And it's difficult to throw out all these belief systems because we've been so programmed by this machine, right? We're really, really programmed. So to drop enough of that, enough of that to be able to tune in and go, okay, what does source want for this? How can I serve consciousness in its evolution, right? The evolution back to source, right? Consciousness, it's constantly evolving into higher levels until bam, we all go back. We all go back. You can never not go back to source. That's the thing you got to understand. You just can't. You can never not be that which you are. Okay. And even just hearing this, and some part of you might know this is true. You can't not be that. Even though you're like running around like a monkey, I got to make this rent money. I got to get these, nobody likes me. Fuck, my toe hurts. If I can, even though you're doing all that shit, living, doing the thing, on some level, you're not this. And it's just exploring that, tuning into that, praying for help in your, to get the recognition of that. That is the journey. That is the journey. And yeah, and for me, yeah, like I was, first awakening around 30, and then hardcore, like, it really began at 30. 30 is when I had my first awakening. And then around 40 is when I got, that was pretty much, I got my answer. And it's not over. It's never over. Believe me, I can tell you that much. But at some point, even though you're continually growing and evolving and embodying it, there isn't that desperate, like, I need to know. There's nothing to know. There's nothing to know. You're it. Now enjoy and live your life, still embody it, still work on it, but that desperate seeking, ended around 40-ish for me, 39, 40. That's when I had all the big stuff. So it was about a decade. It was about a decade of pretty hardcore seeking until, about a decade. But you can do it faster. Who says you can't do it faster? You have more people now who are, I'm here to tell you all the stuff that helped me and whatever. And there's lots more teachers waking up, a lot of more people popping off. So it always is getting easier, right? And the planet is also in its awakening. So the energies are here for it. There's more teachers here for it. And the vibration is definitely higher. It's definitely higher than it was even a year or two ago. It's shifting massively. So it's just, you can go quicker. You can go quicker. Shouldn't have. I don't believe it should take you 10 years. Do it in 3 years. Do it in 3 years. Do it in 5. You know what I mean? But it's really just where you put your energy. It really is. It really comes down to that. I am 41 now. I know I look great. Thanks, guys. Please no more flirting, because it brings back, when you guys flirt with me and tell me how great I look, the ego grabs onto that, and then suddenly I'm like, I'm dressing more sexy. I'm getting the compliments. The next thing in 6 weeks, everyone's like, he used to be all spiritual and trying to help people. Now he just comes on here, fishes for compliments. I mean, we shouldn't have said anything to this guy. We've built up he dropped the ego. We've built it back up watching his channel, and now he's kind of an asshole. So please, let's just keep the comments about how amazingly young I look to a minimum. Thanks, guys. Thanks. But 2 or 3 per sermon is good, but let's just cap it at that. Your total stillness would have been perfect to motion capture the Call of Duty Zombies mode. Okay, I think I need to play more video games to know exactly what you mean. Okay, so Wild is ready to tune in. Okay, so we're going to do, what up? What's up, dog? I already said hi to you. Mr. Incredible, you're welcome. Everybody should have read that book by now who listens to me. Anyone who listens to my insane rantings should have read that book. There's a few books y'all should have read. Conversations with God, all 3. You should have read that by now. Autobiography of a Yogi. You should have read that by now. Power versus Force. You should have read that by now. And one of my new favorites, The Life and Teachings of the Masters of the Far East. I think I've done the first 3 or 4 volumes. I think there's 6. But anyway, wow. That's all I'm saying, guys. Just all I'm saying. You want to wake up? Read the books. Read the books. Those books. It's all in there, really. Just read the fucking books. What do I do? Read the fucking books. That's what you can do. That's number 1. Read the fucking books. Really. Really. Oh, here's an interesting comment. Let's read this one. Let's read this one, guys. Hey, are we having fun hanging out? I'm having a good time. I really like the live streams. I was going to make a video and just put it up because, Wednesdays at 4 Eastern, we put up a video on the main channel about the things and whatever nice things. But I've just been having so much fun live streaming. I like hanging out, and part of me is like, fuck it. Just have a rant, teach the rant at the beginning, and you can just fuck around and have a great time. I could do that on Wednesdays sometimes too, right? Right, guys? It's my channel. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, God damn it. And yeah, and obviously we're now on going to Facebook, 2 YouTube channels, Woke as Fuck Podcast, Sasha Dage's Infinite Man Podcast. I've got multiple personality disorder. I'm Alex Lazarov on my Woke as Fuck channel. I'm Sasha Dage. I'm still that whole personality on main channel. And then we're on Facebook. And I'm also on Instagram over here. Hi, Instagram people. I'm sorry. Listen, I couldn't get the stream to work, so it's weird with Instagram. So I'm looking at the computer, but I hope you guys can still go to YouTube if you want to. All right. I love you guys. You guys are cool. I'm having a lot of fun on Instagram, by the way. I'm putting up rants on there and shit. So yeah, still at Sasha Dage on there if you're not following me on there. I do some good rants. Sometimes I do walk and talks and I just rant and just share wisdom and shit. So do follow me on there. Also, just in case I say something too true and they nuke my YouTube account, then I'll still be on Instagram. So that's That's useful. You know what I'm saying? It's useful. Also, be on the email list. That's good. Email list is good. InfiniteManSummit.com. You can be on the email list. So let's see here. What was this comment here? Whoop. The first meditation that I did with you, I literally couldn't stop crying for some reason, but haven't had anything anywhere near that dramatic since. What's going on? Well, we all get whatever we are ready for. You know what I'm saying? We get what we're ready for, and generally not more than we need. Paul says this a lot. We get exactly what we can. We never get any more than we can handle. That's the exact quote from Paul, and that's been my experience too. I've had some really intense experiences, but it's never more than I could have handled. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, or I would have lost my shit, or you know what I'm saying? Like you get what you can handle, and that higher spell, the divine, that higher aspect, it knows what you can handle. So if you had that experience, that's the experience that you needed. You're probably integrating something. And the thing is, it's our ego that goes, oh, I wish I had this one spiritual experience, and it's been 6 months and I hadn't had another one. Isn't it about time I had another spiritual experience? No, you don't fucking know when you're ready for your next experience. Not that this you, which is your ego, you don't know. The divine knows. So just let go and do your best in every moment to be seeking that truth, to be doing the practices, to be living with love in your heart, to be helping other beings, because they're all you, and everything you put out vibrationally always comes back to you. These are the things that you can do. Live your truth, live your purpose as authentically as you can in every moment, right? And with that intention of, I want to know the truth, I want to be the love, I want to wake up, holding that intention, putting out that vibration, the divine will do the rest. You don't have to worry about it. This is what I talked about before. When you let go of the idea that you have to control something or plan the future or know what's going to happen, you can't plan the future. Whatever you think is going to happen, that's not going to happen. You know, what's that famous quote by that musician guy? Life's what happens when you're trying to, you plan and then I don't fucking remember. You guys know the quote. Somebody posted it. It's by the musician. It's basically about, life's what happens when you're trying to make your best plans or whatever the fuck. It's never what you think. It's not going to unfold how you think. Your higher self, the divine, has planned everything so much more magnificently and more perfectly and more, cinematically than you ever could, being in a body, being in as a person. We're just here to experience and learn and grow and have fun and witness this, grand awakening that's happening on planet Earth right now. That's it. That's your job. And do the self-work, do the work on yourself, do the healing, be real with yourself about what your shit is, deal with your shit. I'm going to do a whole separate video on this aspect, but we've all got our stuff. We've all got our shadows, whether it's not being present, eating too much, fucking not exercising, not taking care of our body, addictive personalities, whether it's porn or video games or fucking substance, whatever. Not being honest with yourself, about where you're at, not being honest with other people, not being good with boundaries, not being able to say no when you actually want to say no, or being too afraid to say yes. If that's the one for you, highly recommend you join our 21-day social freedom challenge. It's all about pushing your comfort zones, taking chances, and expressing yourself authentically, even when you're too scared and your ego's too scared to do it. So if that applies to you, InfiniteManSummit.com. We're currently running a 21-day social freedom challenge. Fucking life-changing. If you're somebody who's like, I'm too scared to do shit, you should never be too scared to do fucking anything. That's your ego. And that's what we're crushing in our 21-day social freedom challenge. So that's all you can do. You just do the personal work, be as real with yourself as you can, right? And that's it. Just be good. Try and hold that love in your heart as much as you can with everything that you do. Be tapping into that ultimate truth, which is we're all that infinite love forever. We are just that. We're that forever. You can never not be that. But how much can you embody it? How much can you live that? In every conversation with every single person, can you remember I am love and so are they? And even if they're being a dick, or they're being rude, or they're wearing a mask, they're still you. They're still infinite consciousness, just having a different experience than you. And can you still love them? Because actually, they're you. That ain't always easy. It ain't easy for me. Even after all my dying and being born and all of fucking craziness, still sometimes I'm just like, why is this person? How can you not see? What do you do? Because that person right now, the experience they're having right now, is exactly the experience they need to be having right now. They're in their own personal awakening journey, and if it takes them 5 years to realize that they don't need that it's safe to go outside and they don't actually need to wear a mask, if they want to wear a mask for 5 years, that's infinite consciousness needing to have an experience as someone who believes they need to wear a mask for the next definitely. And that's what's happening over there. Just like you're having your experience, and it's not to be trifled with or fucked with, and you're going to get there when you get there. They're going to get there when they're going to get there. Yeah, and it's tough. I'll admit that. It's tough for me because I got a lot of love for humans, and I really want to help people not suffer and wake up. And I do sometimes want to take people and literally shake them, and it happens. It happens. I realized recently I wasn't behaving in the highest. We went to do this march here in Vancouver, waking people up to the agenda that that this whole situation is basically a hoax, and it's an excuse to roll out communism and destroy the economy and enslave everybody. With these prophylactic injections, as certain internet people like to call them. And there's a very dark agenda going on here, and we're aware of it, and it's frustrating when people are just like going along with it and just chilling, and they're not, and you want to shake them. You want to, of course. And I went on this march and I was yelling at people, take off your mask, you're not a slave. And yes, from the perspective of it is actually there to silence you and to it's an admission that you've been brainwashed and manipulated, and you actually buy into this mind control program. That's what that is. And from that perspective, it's not that I'm not speaking my truth. It's still, it can be true, but it's still just my ego telling somebody that their experience is not the experience they should be having. That's ego bullshit. Am I coming from a good place? Sure. I want people to be free. I want people to think for themselves. You know what I'm saying? If you're a fucking 45-year-old man and you're walking down the street by yourself and you're perfectly healthy and you're wearing a face diaper, guess what? You are not thinking critically. You're not. And yet that, although that's true on one level, you're also higher truth. You're also infinite consciousness, having an awareness, having an experience as this person, and whatever you're experiencing must be the thing that you need to be experiencing because it's happening. There are no mistakes. There are no flukes. Everything is happening absolutely perfectly because infinite one consciousness, awareness, creation, the divine does not make mistakes. It doesn't fuck up. Everything's unfolding exactly as it should be. And therefore, that person needs to be left the fuck alone to have their experience. I know. So I've been guilty of that and not being fully present and not connecting with people where they're at. It's been one of my weaknesses throughout my life. Actually, that's probably been my main thing. Is I was so much. I think everyone's trapped in their mind, but I think I was a worse case than most. It's difficult to compare because I don't really know how fucked everyone is, but I was really fucked, super in my head all the time. And for me, still, that is still my biggest thing is though, to really feel into where people are at and connect from the heart on that level and not give them too much, because I'm so excited in my passion to help people, heal and awaken and become, and I want to, I want to run around on just literally screaming at everybody, we're all one. There's no death. You're immortal. Just love everybody. We're all one. I literally at times but people aren't ready for that. People aren't, the belief systems. I can't just walk up to people. Hey, did you know that you're God? You made the universe. You are literally, you created everything that there is. And you're just experiencing this temporary thing of being a person for your own personal growth, because being all it is forever was a little bit boring and you wanted to learn and grow more. So you literally just split yourself up into infinite beings and you're just one of those. But actually, when you leave here, you're just going to go back to being all it is. So there's literally nothing to worry about ever. Just enjoy yourself. Have a blast. It's just a ride. You can chill the fuck out. People aren't ready for that. They're not. They're going to look at they're just going to think I'm nuts. There's no point. So meeting people where they're at, what they're ready for, and maybe just giving them a little piece, like, okay, you could just, here's like one book you can read. Hey, here's a breathing technique where you can just be present and open yourself up and just see what comes in, and just be present and open. Just here's a little, here's some music you can listen to. It's high vibration music, and just breathe and listen to the music and see if it takes you somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You give people a little, hey, maybe just go read this one article that explains that these tests, you know what I'm saying, that they're running to tell everybody that they're sick. Actually, they always test positive. And most people that are sick, they're not actually sick. Most people that test, there's healthy people testing positive, and that's not a reason to destroy the world economy. Like, so just maybe read this one article. Just giving people just a little tiny piece that could just be the thing to, and even that, unless someone is asking for it, they're not gonna read the thing, or they don't care. Everybody thinks they're right. The ego thinks it's always right, and that it knows everything, and it's perfectly exactly right all the time. And that's literally the ego story. It's number one. It's the best. It's right. Nobody needs to fucking tell me anything. I know everything. That's literally ego consciousness to a T. And hence, when people are in ego consciousness, it doesn't matter how much you show them. It doesn't matter how much information. It doesn't matter. The ego will never admit, ever, that it is wrong and that it was wrong in its decision making, ever. Period. And that's why, especially during this crazy time right now, most of you have noticed, even if you show somebody, hey, there's this movie, and it explains how all of this was planned, you know, and this is all a scam. No. That's a conspiracy. It's crazy. Because even without watching the movie or reading the article or whatever it is, the ego can find enough evidence. I'll just Google it. Oh no, the internet said that's not true, so I don't need to read that. Good. So the ego is able to solidify its position as being right without actually disseminating the information that might challenge its narrative. And that's it. And that's, so the problem we're having globally, it's ignorance. It's the ego is running the show. So that's why actually the spiritual awakening is the most important awakening, because when we have the spiritual awakening, it's game over. It's game over, because then you're in your heart, you realize we're all one. And so if somebody's presenting to you information that questions the narrative, you'll be able to go, that ego is not so strong. You can go, oh, okay, yeah, sure, I'll listen to you. You're me anyway, so let's hear what you have to say. Oh, interesting. Yeah, sure, I'll watch that video. Sure, I'll, because then we're open. We're open in that oneness when we're in our hearts. Connecting to source, there's no resistance. We don't have to be right. We feel that love of the infinite one creator, self, source, that which we are. We're connected. We feel that love. There's no need to resist anything. There's no need to be afraid of anything out there, because there is no out there. There's only that love which we are, that consciousness that we are, eternally itself, forever. So what's scary out there? Nothing is scary out there. There's nothing scary out there. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing scary out there. So, wow, I can just rant forever. This is great. I'm so ranty. Jeez, somebody needs to stop me. Somebody needs to listen, bro. Listen, you need to cut this shit out. Wow, why you do that? Why you cause trouble? Why you talk so much? Oh yeah, geez. Alex Kong says, good to know there's still big eurekas after 40. Apparently I think for many, a lot of the awakenings happen around age 40. That's what I've just heard from people. Right when you're hitting that's when it really hits you, because then you're mature, and it's like, what are you doing with the rest of your life? And I guess psychologically, you're halfway there or whatever. Although that's a completely false paradigm and belief system. Humans actually can live for hundreds of years. There are many who are very, very old on the planet, and that's actually another mental program. So that's another psychological operation. And with all the poison and the food and the water and the fear vibration, that's actually what's limiting us to living 70, 80 years, when in fact our natural lifespan is much, much longer, much longer. Minimum 120 actually is normal during these times, but in the past it's actually, people lived hundreds and hundreds of years, for real. And I'm just talking like a couple thousand years ago. I'm not even talking about like in Atlantis or like 2,000 years ago, people were living for hundreds of years. That's legit. That is absolutely legit. You just gotta do the reading and look at certain things, and it's actually said, it's actually inferred to in many, many places that we used to live hundreds of years. It's there. You just gotta see it and stop listening to the mainstream media. You can be here a long time if you're in service to the divine, and that's what your body's being used for. Believe me, you will be here as long as you need to be to fulfill your mission. If it's, even if it's a big mission, that's the key. If you're just fucking jerking yourself off, I'm just gonna get more Lamborghinis. I'm just gonna, if I could just be this famous, or I'm just gonna, when I sleep with 1,000 women, then I'll be happy. Okay, cool. Yeah, when you're into that stuff, no, sorry, bro. You're not at service. You don't really need to be here. And that's what this comes down to right now. The high vibrational energies are coming in on to such a degree where you're either with the program of awakening and you yourself will awaken and help those around you in that truth of we're all one human family, right? Or if you're just playing the game for yourself, I'm gonna just do things for me, more. If you're playing the ego game, you actually don't need to be here right now. You don't need to be on the planet. So you were going to see beings literally exiting the body who are not ready for this high vibration that's coming in. And so the game, this is a little dark, and this is what I'm starting to realize. The game for all of us actually is to awaken the ones who are ready to enter that reality. The beings who are starting to go, okay, maybe there is something going on here. Maybe there's a higher power. Maybe we are all one. Maybe this is true. Maybe we should start living in that way to discover that truth and be more nice and have more love. So the beings who are ready for that, they can join the train and be part of the global awakening. But the ones who are like, no, I just want to hold on to my billions of dollars and just as long as I can, and who cares about anything else? It's just about me holding on to my money and having more power. Okay, that's not vibrationally in alignment with where we're going as a consciousness. It's just not. So if any billionaires listen to this right now, if you think you're going to be able to hold on to your money and power, yada, 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 for the next, whatever, 5, 10, 20 years while we're all ascending, nah, sorry, Brewski, you won't. Everything will be taken from you because you're not in service to the Infinite One Creator. So there's really only 2 tracks: service to love, truth, oneness, using our own unique gifts to propel humanity into this evolution of consciousness into truth, or you can try and stop it, which certain forces are obviously trying. And as you can see, it's not working anymore. Consciousness, the nature of consciousness is to evolve to higher and higher levels until we merge back with the big self, the eternal. That can't be stopped. That is simply the nature of consciousness. That's one of the things that was absolutely known to me when I died and went to source, heaven. That's just known. You're all that is, and your nature is to explore, right? Inform, and various, just exploring, but ultimately consciousness is evolving. You can't go down. It goes up. It always goes up. And so that's happening. So you can jump on that train, or you can not jump on that train. But it's going to get more and more painful for the beings who are trying to stay in those lower vibrations and be in that ego consciousness of service to small self, little self, me. It's going to get more and more difficult. And what you'll see, and if you have eyes to see, is that's already happening now. The beings who are not living in alignment with integrity, not following their truth, not doing truly what's in their heart, it's getting more and more difficult, more and more uncomfortable to operate. Right? It's like 2 worlds are forming. The beings who are really on fire, really doing their thing, having trust, having faith that they're supported, and they're just doing what they love doing. They're just in that joy and they're putting it out there. Those beings are kicking ass and kicking more ass and getting more on fire. And then the ones who are in the struggle, still believing that they got to work hard and do things and life sucks and blah, blah, blah. There's 2 tracks. There's like a split happening. There's like the, the truth train over here, and then there's the struggle, ego, service to self train over here, and they're just like, whoop, and the trains you can really see them just kind of splitting like this, and it's like, which one are you on? That's all that really matters. It doesn't matter how advanced you are, how many spiritual experiences you had, how much, what doesn't matter. Are you on the waking up train, the truth train, or on the we're all one, let's love each other, and let's expand our consciousness, and let's unite, and let's move towards that source that we are all, moving to. Let's do it together. Let's help each other. Or fuck it. No, I just want to get paid. I just want to have my house with my supplies in it. I'll get a machine gun. If anyone fucks with me, I'm going to take them out. I'm just going to take care of myself. Fuck everybody else. That's a train too. You want to be on that train though. You've already experienced what it's like to be on that train. It's no fun. It's no fun. That's not the train. This one is a little bit more the Trump train, Trump train that way. Okay, so I've ranted a long time. I'm going to check the comments here. Thanks for being here. It's cool that so many people showed up. I realize it's a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday, so I never go live on Wednesday, so I had no idea anybody, I didn't know what was going to happen. But yeah, these are good numbers. Thanks for being here. Usually I go live Sundays, 10 a.m. Pacific time in Vancouver, at 1 p.m. Eastern. I will be there this Sunday as well. This Sunday is going to be a special one. I believe I'm going to teach people how to detect non-beneficial spirits, entities, or demons that are attaching to you, how to detect those, practices and prayers and various things you can do to clean your energy field so that you can be clean of any of these types of energies. And those of you that know my story know that I almost died. I was almost actually killed more than once. And one of the times was because I had picked up such a powerful visitor that it was draining my life force energy. And I actually, at age 33, was barely able to function. At 33 years old, I could barely walk or do anything because I was being drained. And only, and I had to learn how to, clean myself. And since then I've had a lot of experiences. So now at this point I can check myself and remove from me or from anyone in anyone really, I can remove any of these kind of energies. And this is really important. And I've had some of my members in my mastermind and in Infinite Man Academy actually over years been saying, can you teach us how to do this stuff, please? Can you teach us? And now it's like, okay, I need to do it because I'm realizing now there's more of these things around than ever before. It's getting ridiculous. Everybody's got attachments. Most people do. So I'm actually going to put this together and trying to present it in a way that's simple, where you guys can all start doing this stuff, because it's just really important to be able to clean yourself. Because believe me, when you get negative thoughts or worries or fears or all this bullshit, this ego bullshit, yeah, part of it's your ego mind just going around running programs, but part of it is actually these attachments that actually they're not you. They're literally draining your energy. And to be able to purify that and send those back to source, it's something we should actually all be taught in school. It's really basic information. And yeah, in your life, your life changes pretty much immediately if you can drop all this crap. So, and most people have, 2 or 3 things. Most people, most people will have at least one. It's pretty rare. You check someone and they're, nope, totally clean. Pretty rare. So yeah, so that's going to be this sermon on Sunday. So do tune in for that. I'm going to I'll start that after this, so it'll be listed, so you can click to be notified if you're on the old YouTube, and then you won't miss it. You will not miss. Yes, Matthew, that's a great comment. That is exactly correct. Do chakras really not exist anymore? I'm pretty sure they exist. Oh, this is a good question here. This guy says, Jeff MC. What up, Jeff MC? What up, dog? Actually, can you guys, if you guys click on the comment, I guess you don't, I guess you don't see the whole one, so I have to read it. Okay. He says, I want to get the poon, but also want to spend time learning about spirituality stuff, and I want to actively be a part of the anti-government / anti-lockdown stuff. Where should I focus my energy? That is the big question. And I find, I'm going to take a breath because I've been talking so much. Hang on a second. Actually, you know what, guys? Hang on. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to put the kettle on. Are you guys having fun? Should we keep going? I'm crazy over here. I'm just on a roll. I don't feel like stopping. I'm having fun. Eventually, we got to stop this shit. I mean, this is getting ridiculous now. But should we keep going, or have you guys had enough? What do you guys think? Mango's 20 minutes behind the screen. Oh yeah, I guess that's funny. I've done this before on live streams. One guy did one. It was like hours long, so I started watching it, but I just put it at like 50% speed, and he was like, and I was like listening to it faster. I think I speak pretty fast though, so I think if you're behind, you probably don't want to do that with me because I know I'm. Oh, this is another good one. This is another really good question. How to remain spiritual each day while being surrounded by forces of evil. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to answer these. Okay, so guys, let's take just a minute. I'm literally just going to put the kettle on. So hang on. I ain't going anywhere. Talk amongst yourselves. Man. All right. The kettle is on. The kettle is on. And in a moment, I'm going to drink me some tea. Oh, yeah. Woo! You guys want to see my tea selection? I'm going to show you guys. So I'm a tea fanatic, guys. I'm a tea guy. I love tea. Look at all those bad boys. I got so many teas in here. My favorite one is this is the one, guys. If you want a Bengali spice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So good. I took it out of the box, but Bengali spice, Celestial brand, unbelievable with some coconut milk. Unfucking real. I mainly drink that, but then I got like everything. Decaf vanilla chai, not bad. There's also there's also a organic chocolate orange. Actually, is that the one? Yeah, this one's not bad. And I got so many teas, guys. I got herbal teas. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I'm pretty much all day drinking tea. It's just so good. And you can have fun. Sometimes I put stevia. I got honeys. I got different type of honeys. And it's just a ball. It's a ball. I think I'm going to have peppermint and creamy vanilla. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Look at that. That's going to be legit. I've never shown my tea collection to anyone before. I hope you guys feel special because I don't just, you know what I mean? It's kind of personal. What's this guy drinking all day? You know what I mean? It's Earl Grey, classic, delicious. Coconut cream. That's the key ingredient, guys. If you want to enjoy, go to Chinatown and look at the ingredients. They have ones, what's the brand? I'll tell you the brand. 99.95% coconut cream pure. And then it's like 0.05% some poly something, whatever, preservative. But that's pretty clean, you know? And because some of them will have all kinds of chemicals. Don't get those ones. Get the really clean one. And yeah, it's delicious. Super, super good. Okay, I'm getting my water. One sec. All right. Yeah. Don't you people have anything better to do? I mean, really, it's a Wednesday. Don't you people have jobs? Don't you have to be doing something? I've been on for hours. Why are you, what do you know, what? You guys are freaks. You're freaks. No, but it's good. It's good. I mean, I'm honored. I'm excited. People are here to hang. It's beautiful. But Jesus, I've been going for 2 hours. 2 hours. We might break a record today. It's weird that it's a freaking Wednesday and we're just on it, hanging out. It's good. It's good. Oh, wow. That's a really good question from Instagram. It's a good question, Justice Kane. That's a good question. Do you think there will be a standoff or conflict between normies and woke people? It's a juicy question too. It looks like, I mean, sometimes I do wonder because there's such a difference in consciousness between beings who are, evolving and growing. They see on the 5D sense. On the there's basically two different awakenings I talk about, right? And they're not the same, but they're related. There's the three-dimensional, what is happening in our world, what are the forces, what's the brainwashing, what's the trauma, like recognizing we're in a trauma-based mind control system that's been made to disempower us and separate us from source energy. So recognizing that there's a spiritual and vibrational war, and that our reality, the news and the movies, that's all been taken over, right? That's one awakening. They're putting fluoride in the water. Yes. There's no nutrients in the food. Yes. Everything they tell us is generally the opposite of the truth. Yes. All of that stuff. Gee, it's really the same people pulling the strings, and they control pretty much most of it. Yeah. Yes. That is one awakening. But the risk is you get that and go, oh, I'm awake. Well, you're awake to what's happening on planet Earth. But that's actually not the most important thing. The most important thing is the spiritual awakening, which is you are infinite consciousness that has created this and is experiencing all this, and you're uniquely here to wake up and live your highest purpose in this dream world. And that is far more important than waking up in the, you know what I'm saying? So this crazy shit that's happening in 3D is actually happening so that you can wake up to that and then go, wait a minute, what else is going on? Holy shit, this can't be, what the fuck? And then going, okay, let's wake up completely out of the dream completely. So they're, and it can happen either way. There's people who, generally speaking, I'm going to make a general statement. It's more likely you're going to find out what's happening on the planet, realize you're being manipulated, have that awakening, and then go, okay, what else is going on? And then you go down the spiritual, and then you'll wake up to the higher. But not necessarily. I think now that's more likely because it's so fucking crazy out there. Do you know what I'm saying? You're more likely to wake up on that level and then go down the spiritual rabbit hole. But though tons of people, they just do the spiritual thing and wake up to that, and they have no fucking idea. They have no idea what's going on, and maybe they do, and they're still like, I just want to wake up. It's all you can, but they're two separate things. You can have one and be fucking clueless about the other. And if you really go far enough down the self-realization and you realize it's a fucking dream, there's nothing going on here, it doesn't actually matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter if you really wake up what happens on planet Earth. It doesn't matter because your consciousness, you're all life everywhere forever. Doesn't matter. An asteroid. I mean, literally, if you told me there's an asteroid coming and in 24 hours it's going to whack the planet and we will all instantly, we're going to be out of the body, I wouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't see that coming. So I would just, say whatever I want to say to everybody and just have a really nice last night and be like, cool, we're going back to source. There wouldn't be I wouldn't be freaking out or panicking. I don't think so, because it's like, I've been there. Like, source is what I am. There's no need to fucking flip out. If you really think you're a person, though, and this is the end of it, the time you're gonna fucking flip the fuck out for sure. You'd be losing your shit. So, so they're two different awakenings. They really are two different awakenings. Yeah. I think doing both. Both are good, because it's like, who are you kidding? It's like, we are on a planet. There are certain things happening. Don't put a pillow over your head and just pretend they're not happening. Though for some, it may not be relevant. For some people, you can just live your life and experience what you're here to experience. And, it may not be part of your story. And we all have our own unique story. So the answer to that question, what the gentleman just a second ago who's like, well, how do I do the spiritual stuff and wake up and I also want to play my part? It's what you're called to do in this time. Some of us are directly going to be speaking about and sharing and very active in the awakening of humanity. Others, not so much, and all our roles are important. All our roles are important. Who's to say it's less important or more important somebody just being a great mom, or somebody being an awesome teacher, or somebody, the guy who just milks cows and gives us milk to drink, the non-pasteurized healthy milk, or the people who are building buildings, or the people who are teaching awakening and teaching us how to heal and open up our hearts. All of the roles we're doing are all important. It's all happening. It's all us. It's all consciousness experiencing itself. But the question for you is, what did you come into? What is your highest? What gifts has this unique incarnation been given so that you can do the healing and awakening to become that absolute highest version of yourself, so you can be at service to the Creator, to that one, and be totally in your joy, and putting out that vibration of love and joy and bliss, because you're living your highest, because you're truly being what you came here to do. That's the question. What is that for you? Just because there's the forces of evil who have been running this place for a couple thousand years are now trying to literally enslave humanity, and they're collapsing, and people, and most people are still asleep that's happening. Is it truly your passion to be part of that awakening and talking to people and flyering and sharing videos, whatever? If you feel in your heart like, holy fuck, I really got to talk to certain people about this, then you'll know, you'll feel it, and you'll be like, yep. And some of you might be like, no, it's not my thing. I know what's happening. It's great. If somebody close to me asks me about it, I'll go, yeah, I'm aware of that. That is going on. But it is happening. The consciousness is awakening. It can't be stopped. What is your authentic role in the awakening of humanity? That's the question. What is your authentic role at this time? Okay, that's the point. That's really what it comes down to with all the stuff I'm teaching. Everything here about connecting to source, doing the healing work, doing the crazy social freedom exercises that I teach, so that you can, again, get out of your mind and stop living your life based on what other people think, and actually get into your authentic expression. If your ego mind is running the show, saying, oh, I don't want to do this. If I do this, this person won't like me. Oh, I better go do this job. Mommy wants me to be a doctor, so I'm going to go do that. Oh, no, I wouldn't want to. I want to do this in my heart, but people might not like me if I do it, or people don't think I can succeed. Maybe they're right. I'll just go do this I'll just corporate whore myself out for another 20 years and make lots of money, because at least I don't have financial security. Hey, that's not authentic expression. Sorry. Okay. It's about your authentic expression, and you're the only one who can figure out what that is. I can't tell you that. No other spiritual teacher can tell you that. Nobody. There's no one. There just isn't anybody. You are a unique incarnation of infinite consciousness, here to have a unique experience and learn certain lessons. And you're supposed to figure out what those lessons are. You're supposed to figure out your highest excitement. It's your life. Enjoy it. Live it fully, but live it fully knowing and discovering that it's just the one, and there's no time limit, and there's no rush, and you're infinite. You're literally infinite. There's no end to you. You can never stop being. It's absurd. No, there's no end to you. You're beyond birth. You're beyond death. You're just consciousness forever, exploring itself but exploring itself into higher and higher levels of being as you evolve, right? That's the thing. And so it really pays off. The work really does pay off. It's not random. You're not just born randomly into a random body no, everything is, you are in a school. All of existence is a school, an evolution of consciousness, and you are wherever you are in your journey. And based on the healing and the realizations, and wherever you get whatever you actually work through in this life, you go back to source. You'll be like, holy fuck, I'm all it is. Holy shit, awesome. And yet that unique part that is evolving, you'll come back into that and go, okay, all right, actually for my evolution, now I need to go and incarnate over here in this world, in this timeline, as this woman or man or some other alien creature. You'll be deciding it. It's not like some separate God being is like, okay, now you have to go do this. No, you're deciding. It's all you. There's only you here. There's nothing but you. Everything me, everything you, everything we. It's just we. We. One of the t-shirts from, I shouldn't say this. Okay, I trust you guys. No one's going to steal them. No one's going to steal this. But I'm starting a funny t-shirt company with like really funny and spiritual slogans. And one of them, I don't think you guys are going to steal this. I'm going to tell you because I trust you guys. Okay, just this one. I'm not going to give away the rest, but just this one. It's fun because we are one. That was one of the funny ideas. It's fun because we are one. And it's true. It is fun because we are one. That's more of an inside joke. Maybe that's not one of the absolute most epic. There are better shirts. I'm just going to warn you guys. Some of them are really epic. But it's true. It is fun because we're one. Mm-hmm. So yeah. So to answer your question, big buffer reviews. It's a constant practice of being here now. Every breath. Who is breathing here? Am I breathing? Or is God breathing me? Every breath. Every conversation. Who is talking? Who's talking? Is it the ego? With its wants and needs and wanting to be liked and wanting to be accepted. Why am I talking? Am I talking so people will listen and that I'll get some people will tell me I'm special and approve of me and tell me that I'm right and they agree with me? Is that why I'm talking? Or am I able to just be in that silence and stillness of just awareness and speak only when actually it's the higher self speaking through me? Is there something to be shared that's actually for the benefit of others to raise up the consciousness of all beings? Maybe you need to just say, hey man, I need the fucking toilet. I'm about to shit my pants. Also good. Sometimes you just need to say that. You see what I'm saying? So the being that love, that would be Yeshua's main teaching, I believe. How do you be the love? What can you do to be love every single day? What can you do to be love today? Another one of my big awakenings, which I haven't really talked about. I talked about it in the last Woke as Fuck podcast, which is really just a conversation with a friend. I did talk about that, the Christ heart opening, where my love for Christ and God and my teacher and my friends and all humans, actually, it was like the realization set in that's actually all the one love, right? And it all just merged together into just holy, like it was this overwhelming love that just went, and it was all love. And it was love for all beings, all sentient beings everywhere, always. And that love, though I have it, more so, I am that. And I've always been that. And I can only ever be that. And that is all it is, that love. And so, but that awakening is quite different from there's different ones, right? There's cosmic consciousness, stillness, peace, bliss, you know what I'm saying? Self-awareness. But this one, that's like the Christ heart opening. That's literally just like love is all there is. You know what I'm saying? And it's different. It's a different flavor, and they're different. Different traditions have different enlightenments, and so that cosmic, God is, self is all. Cosmic, that's awesome, but that's not the same awakening as the Christ heart opening awakening. So that one, for those that resonate with teachings of Christ and you want to feel the love, that's a whole practice. That's a whole lifestyle, right? It's just being that love and choosing love over fear in every situation. That's a religion. I mean, that's literally like, that's the ultimate, that's a whole path. Just that, what I said right there, just literally in every moment, how do I choose love over fear? in every decision, every conversation, every action. You know, that if you master that one, whoo, you're done. That's a big one. That's a lifelong practice. What's up, Morocco? That's cool. Casablanca, Morocco. That sounds like a beautiful place. Morocco. I've heard nice things. I would like to go visit. Once the Scandemic hoax is finished, I am at some point going to do a world tour. I'm going to go around. I'm going to do stand-up comedy. Probably teach my comedy therapy workshop because I love that one the most. I really do. It's all about writing jokes about yourself and your childhood and your trauma and laughing your ass off while you share your story with everyone else. Super heart opening, super lovely. I can see myself coming over there to Casablanca. We do one over there in Morocco. It's going to be epic. The world tour, everybody, all humanity going around and partying. Oh my God, it's going to be so good. When we come out of this, holy shit, it's going to be a party. It's going to be amazing. Trust me, where we're heading is amazing. It's going to be so good. Everything, like, oh my God, all the beings who are trying to, they're on their way out. The vibration of the planet won't support them, so they're on the way out. And all the crazy, like all the technologies are coming out, guys. It's going to be so good. We're really witnessing the end, the implosion of the old system. And just watch it. Just watch it. Just watch the implosion. It's obviously happening. Just watch it and be tuned in to source in love and truth. And just listen to how you can help in that. That's all. What can I do today to help in this? And you might just get an intuition. Oh, there's one friend I haven't spoke to in a while. They're probably feeling really lost, and you're a little bit more grounded, more awake as to what's going on. So you could just call that one person, message them, and just, hey, remember, just thinking about you, want to touch base. How you doing? Let's have a catch up. And maybe just that one little message and a little back and forth, or maybe a phone call. Maybe that's all Spirit wanted you to do. Just help that one being that you have that love connection with, right? Because you're just the one who can do that, right? And so more and more, as in your awakening, as you wake up to love and your nature and you drop the ego, you will be used more and more by that spirit, higher self, whatever you want to call it. You will be used to fulfill the point. You'll be given opportunities to do what consciousness does, to be an agent of existence, and to aid in the awakening of the species. That might be, and again, we all have our unique things. You know, I had those opportunities, like in some really blissed out states, and coming out of them, where it was like, oh, okay, I could reach out to this person. The deep desire, actually, in the states of love and unity, when there's no ego, is often you want to help any beings that you can start to tune into these higher truths. And so I would just get these downloads of like, oh, your old friend who you haven't spoke to in 30 years, send him a message, because he's not in this world. He doesn't have friends who are, waking up. So talk to him, be an influence, send him a message. And I did, and I had a chat, and it was really profound. Another one ex-girlfriend reaching out saying, hey, how you doing? Just want to send you some love, see how you're doing. We're all connected, but obviously, because we're one. But as humans, we have these unique love connections with other beings, and so those of us who are awakening will be called to help others that we have these connections with in their awakening when they're ready. And you'll notice that happening. You'll have a profound experience. You'll be in a good place, and suddenly one of your friends you haven't spoken to in years will just reach out and go, "Hey, how are you?" And you'll be like, "I haven't spoken to you in 3 years, but yeah, I'm amazing. I just had this experience of love and oneness, and it was really profound." And they'll go, "Wow, that sounds really crazy. Yeah, I heard about this book by Eckhart Tolle, and I was thinking about reading it, and it sounds like you're talking about that." And you'd be like, yeah. And they'll be like, "Hey, you want to talk sometime?" And you'll be like, "Sure." And you'll have a talk with this old friend, and that'll be the talk that they need to get them on their own unique path of awakening. You see? That's the reason I could be on the call forever until like something comes up or my throat's literally cutting out, because like this, like I'm literally just open for spirit to just use me to aid whatever beings are tuning in with their awakening. There's no there's not really much going on here. I'm just here, and I'm just like excited to just help people in whatever way that I can. And there's nothing else to do when you're open and enough of the ego is gone and there's enough love and you got that connection. You're just being used. You're just being used. And sometimes I'll be like, no, I just want to do my own thing, but other times, like I had stories, like I haven't fucking talked about this shit, but where I'm literally told, like violently, spirits like, you gotta do this and this, turn around, go get that person's phone number, you need to fucking help this person. And I'm like, I'm tired, I got other shit to do. No, turn around, go do the, I'm like, fine. Like literally times where I had to go, all right, fine, don't stop yelling at me. But it wasn't a voice, it was just like a knowing, turn the fuck around, go back over there and talk to that person. All right. So it gets really fucking like, sometimes like you got to just an absolute knowing, you got to do this thing. You got to do this thing. This is the thing for you to do. No one else is going to go do the thing. And so you become more empty and you're literally just serving spirit. And life gets easier because you're not deciding, you're just feeling into what you're supposed to be doing that's for the highest. You're always asking that question. What can I do today that's for the highest, for the benefit of all beings? And that's it. That's the only thing that you really need to, like, if I get a little, and I still have days when I'm off, maybe I'll get some kind of an attachment. I had a bad day. I haven't been in nature, whatever. Like life still happens. I'm not always in a state of total oneness and bliss with all it is. No. Sometimes weeks of that, sometimes months. Many, like, fuck yeah, overall I'm good, but still sometimes you're like, we're all, as long as you're in a body, you're human, there's still going to be some, you know what I mean? Variation. But more and more just being at service to that which we are, consciousness. And there's no decisions to be made. When enough of the ego has dropped off, the only question you have is, how can I be at service to the self, the big self, because there's only that, you're that and not this. And that knows better what I can do with this for the mission of the awakening of all. See what I'm saying? So you just trust that. You go, well, fuck, here's what my ego thinks. Who gives a shit about my ego? Who's like, oh yeah, I'll be cool when I have when I have 1 million subscribers, when more people tune into my live stream, then I'll feel better. Well, no, there's 55 people listening to it. Those are the people that are supposed to be listening to it right now. If there was a better plan where I'm supposed to have 50,000, then it would be 50,000. So clearly either I'm not awake enough, or not ready, or the world is not ready, or there's something else I need to do or understand or wake up to before I have 50,000 people listening to, because that's not what's happening right now. So only the ego, Sasha's ego, oh, there's only, really, I'm so awake, I'm so great, more people should be listening to me. Yeah, that's the ego, thanks. It's just letting go of that. Oh, if I finally make this much money a month, then things will be, well, you're not making that much money. So obviously that's not the amount you should be making right now, because you're not making it. Oh, if only I just had a woman right now. If I just had a girlfriend right now, then I would be happy. Well, no, because if you're supposed to have a girlfriend right now, you would have a girlfriend right now. Obviously, you not having one means there's something you need to do or heal or wake up to or change or shift to become who you need to attract that amazing woman. Otherwise, she would already be here. That's waking up. Not trying to change, not trying to get in here and make excuses or try and project or decide how things are or how things are supposed to be. All of that is ego bullshit. Everything, all of it. Waking up is going, this now moment that is happening and everything that's happening in my life, all my friends, relationships, business, income, health, all of it is exactly how it needs to be right now, because it is so. And when you really understand that's how it works, and everything that's happened so far has brought you to this one exact moment, and it's exactly where it needs to be, and you realize you need to do something. You are fully responsible for this exact moment. And when you're really present and you connect to source and you're really, really here, you will know. You will know what it is you need to do. But it won't be you doing it. You'll just be listening, and the body's just, you're just like, okay, I'm supposed to do this. Okay, great. Won't be you. No decisions to be made. The only decision to be made is I'm going to let go. I'm going to let go of ego. But the problem is you're processing what I'm saying with ego. So for you to let go of yourself, it's a bit of a whoop, you know what I'm saying? It's tricky. It's a bit tricky. But when you tap into source, that's a higher self. That's the real you. That infinite consciousness is the real you. So from that space of love and connection, then you can actually see the ego and go, oh, there it is. That's the one I need to let go of over there. Okay, let's drop it. then it becomes possible. For realsies. Wow, who's on a rant today? Jeez. That's good, guys. I had peppermint vanilla with a little honey. That's legit, guys. That's legit. Okay, I'm starting to feel bad. Guys, this has been an epic rant. I only got sent $6.99 Canadian. That's about $5.25 US. I'm feeling like I'm worth more. Does anyone have a really good question where they could send me like an amount that will at least make my ego feel that I'm, 15, 20 bucks, even 10 US, that's like 13 Canadian. Even that I'll go, okay, that's something. Then I'll feel like that I'm actually offering some real value. Because for a 2.5 hour rant for $6.99, I'm feeling like a bit of a cheap hooker. I'll be honest. That's a bit of an insult. That's not even, and it's good. I'm at service. I love you guys, but there comes a point where you go, I think I'm giving out energetically more than it's coming back in. I'm just saying, if anyone is like, I have a good question, let's send this son of a bitch a little money. Just saying, guys. Just saying. There's a lot of love going and wisdom going out that way. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Just saying. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, that's interesting. I guess this guy's joking. Yes, Ruby. That is what is up. All right. Thanks, brother Morton. I love you too. Last time I saw this guy, we were in like Mexico. People were getting hammered. It was a shit show. Okay, so I'm just catching up to where I had my tea, and everyone said, keep going. Thank you. Well, is holding me to my shit. He's like, you son of a bitch. You said you were going to teach us how to connect to source. Yes, this is what happens. But also, because I love you guys so much, and you trigger me with the questions, I just do the ranting. About the things. Hey, thanks, Fletcher. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, that's a good question. Bam! Can you lose the awakening? Yes and no, actually. Not really, because your vibration, when you have these really big awakenings, you can never forget the truth, because it's literally like that. It's like you can't. It's like it's like, put it this way. Imagine you're. Can you ever forget the color red? Like once you've seen red, could you ever forget? No, you'll never forget red. It's impossible. So once you've seen it, you'll never forget it. But are you always going to be in that vibration that you're in when you have those experiences? No, absolutely not. So you will have and you'll be in a different vibration and truth and love and amazing. And then eventually you're integrating and you're coming down somewhere. You'll probably be at a higher vibration and reality and understanding that you were before. Certainly the understanding is different, but the vibration, the actual, how much love is there in this moment, how much presence is there in this moment, that does fluctuate. It'll balance out. You will get certain downloads in those high experiences, and then it's up to you to integrate and actually make changes in your life. And you know what I'm saying? And then when the divine knows it's time, then you'll get the next awakening. And so you keep on going and embodying and integrating, and it just keeps on going. So yeah, you can lose. So you will lose the, you're not, the state, that joy. Yes, you're not always going to be in that, but No, once you have a major awakening, the knowledge of truth doesn't go anywhere. You are that. So you're actually remembering that which you are. It's not a discovery of anything new. You know what I'm saying? I guess an analogy would be, imagine you were in some weird cult where they only want you to use one hand. And so your left hand, literally from birth, your left arm was just tied up behind your back. And it's just like, and you always think this is a bit weird, but you never get to see your hand. There's no mirrors. You're not allowed to have a mirror. And you're left, you just look and there's a shoulder and it looks like it's going somewhere, but you don't really know what's going on. Nobody talks about it. You can't lose that's it. And then one day, somebody like chops the rope off, somebody who knows, and your hand comes out and you look at it and you go, holy fuck, I have two hands. Are you gonna forget that you have another hand? Do you have a left? No, it's like you can't forget. But if you never saw it in the first place, yeah, you could not know. So yeah, once you know, that's it. But again, the knowing gets deeper, right? Like the experience I had in 2009, to a degree I knew then, but like that was just the beginning, right? And then it just got deeper and deeper and deeper. So it just keeps on going. Hey, thanks, Alexander. Whoop, whoop. Oh, is this still working? No. We might be having a problem. Oh, there we go. It is working. Okay, for a second it didn't work. You're welcome. Big Buffer. You're welcome. Good night, Alexander. Oh, it's 3:33 in my time zone. Finally losing some people because they're going to bed. Yeah. This is an interesting comment here. Matthew says, lost all his former friends trying to get them to see the truth. In some cases, it does need to happen, because in this time, it's important that we're with the people we resonate with so that we can vibrate really high and that we're not pulled down, so that we can be in those vibrations and we can truly become that highest version of ourselves. Part of that is only having beings around you that are in those similar vibrations who are also, expanding, growing, learning, healing. So if you're surrounded by people who are going to prevent you from that, that's a problem. That's a problem, because it's going to prevent it's going to sabotage your awakening. So so definitely when it comes to like living with people, for sure, you need to be living with people who are on the same train for real. But if it's just people like, that you don't see often, they're on your Facebook, you don't have to convince them of anything. They'll get there when they get there. Yeah, because again, it's the ego actually that's trying to make people see the truth, because something they don't know. You're right, they're wrong, and you've got to, what I'm saying? It's like it's the energy where you're coming from. You got to be real careful, because the ego is very tricky and it likes to be right. So even though the truth may be like trying to help them and save them, may actually save their life, still got to be careful. It's tricky with the ego. So. Staying in the heart, being us, living our passion, living our truth, embodying it and being that love, that's what we can do. And hopefully the people, even though they may be walking around wearing the mask and they're asleep, they'll come to you hopefully and say, hey, bro, you sure are loving and peaceful and happy. What's your secret, dog? What's going on? And you can say, well, there's this thing called waking the fuck up, and I'd love to tell you about it. Have you read Conversations with God? Go check it out. Then there's an opening, and that's it. And so, but it is difficult to just be that love when people are so, you know what I'm saying? You want to, yeah, I get it. Believe me, that's my main struggle. So yeah, I definitely agree. Some relationships need to shift. Others, it's a practice just to love someone and be present with them and not have to change their mind, even if they're totally lost, and they're just be there and love them because they're you. And if they want your help, they'll ask. They'll say, "Hey, can you help? What's up?" And until then, just be that light. That's all we can do. Be the light. Be the love. It's a good comment from Fletcher. Good quote of mine. If you get a thought that doesn't feel pure, ask yourself, is this thought based in fear or love? If it's not love, it's your ego. Yep. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, when I say the super deep things, just DM me. In fact, make memes, people. Like I'm over. I don't have the time. Just if I say something good, make a meme. Go on the website, make a meme, and just quote it to me, and just stick it up, and then tag me in it on Instagram, and I'll retweet, rethink it, or whatever. Because I know I say things, I'm like, that was good. I should make a meme of that. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that. But thanks, Lucho. Me have you wrong time also. Nice. Ben, nice. Nice work, Ben. Woke up an old lady about what was going on. Beautiful. And something that Matt Kahn said that was profound. He just said, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's not, I don't think it's necessarily his teaching, but he said it really clear. And I'm like, yep, that's legit. So basically just said, look, if the universe, if spirit wants you to deal with something, it'll be in front of your face. It'll be right there. You don't have to worry about all the people around the world, all the time. You're in this body, and believe me, whatever's in front of you, what's happening in your life, there's going to be plenty of opportunity there, for your growth. So basically, he just said, if it's not in front of you, don't be worried about it. Okay, and that's really profound. So if you meet somebody and they're really lost or hurt or something, and you realize you can help them from that place of love and compassion, gently feeling, is there an opening? Can I connect with this person? And are they open to receive? And if they're open to receive, and like spirit is like, yep, talk to this, you're feeling it, and you're like, oh, okay, I think I'm supposed to talk to this person, then it will just happen. You'll just make eye contact, and they'll be like, hey, how's it going? And you'll know. But believe me, if someone's like not making eye contact, totally closed, in their ego, terrified, wearing a mask, that's not the person for you to talk to. They're on their journey. Believe me, when they change their thing from masks up here to throwing it up here, and they're kind of like, and they're kind of looking at you a little bit like they know it's bullshit, but they're a little scared, and they can see you're not wearing a mask, and maybe they're kind of like curious. Then you'll feel that, oh, this person, I'm supposed to talk to this person. All right, and you will. And you may have a life-changing conversation for them. You know what I'm saying? What's up, lol C? What's up, lol Z's? Lol Z's? How you doing? Hey, how you doing? Oh, that's an interesting question. I'm going to read this question. This is a good one. And then, I suppose, we'll do a little meditation. Oh, damn. Oh, whoa. Hang on a second. Somebody sent some donations. Okay, we got some questions we got to answer here. I didn't see that, actually, because I'm a little behind on the thing. Yes, the universe tests the shit out of you, but it's not a test. It's actually God's love, and it's giving you opportunities for your enlightenment. It's not a test. And if you keep failing if you keep not taking the opportunities, it's not a failure. You can't really fail. Your consciousness can't fail. Consciousness just is. But if you don't work on yourself, you don't see it for what it is, right? Guess what? You'll be given more opportunities. But if you didn't take that first one and it wasn't quite loud enough to get your attention, it's going to get a little louder, maybe a little more uncomfortable for you. Humanity has been getting wake-up signs for quite some time. Have we been taking them? No. September 11th happened. Boom. Did we take the hint? Do we need to change our ways? Clearly not. Well, guess what? Here's another one. The Rona that's here now. I think some of us a lot of people are starting to wake up. Is it enough? I hope so. Maybe there's going to be more waking up. Maybe. You see what I'm saying? But it's not a vindictive God. You see what I'm saying? It's you. When you realize it's you and your nature is love, everything that's happening to you is actually divine nature. You know what I'm saying? It's just another level of infinite love consciousness giving you the experiences in this form of love that just has a, literally you have a form. It's just giving yourself the experiences that give you the opportunity to wake up. That's where your free will comes into play. Do you want to exercise your free will now to do what you came here to do, which is to wake up and become the highest version of yourself? Yes or no? No, I don't want to. I'm just gonna work in this shit job and just try to make a couple $1 million. Okay, cool. You can do that, but boy, higher self's gonna come in and you're gonna get another opportunity, i.e., something unpleasant, maybe, that's gonna rock your world, where you're gonna assess your life and go, actually, should I be doing this shitty job where I hate myself just to make a few $1 million? You see what I'm saying? It's not a test. It's an opportunity. Consciousness does not need to test other levels of consciousness. There's only consciousness. Higher self knows what you are because you're one. No test is required. But higher self wants you to wake the fuck up. And remember, you're that, because that's where the peace and love and all the amazingness is in those, in that truth, merging with the self. So it's not you're not being tested. You're given opportunities to wake the fuck up. That's what's going on here. All right. Felix Falcon sent me 20 years. Thanks, brother. You didn't have a question? He just said, thanks for speaking so openly. All right. Well, I love you. I love you, bro. Thanks, man. Thanks, dog. Shout out to that guy, Felix Falcon. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. From one of my YouTube channels. I'm actually not sure if you're on the woke.as channel or the main channel. I don't know. Here's another one. Damn, somebody sent me $50. God damn. Let's see what he has to say. I feel Matthew Galter. Hello, sir. Hi, how you doing? I feel God wants me to tactfully not allow myself to be masked at my gym because it hurts me and others. Have a legit medical exemption. Had success, too, only when aligning my intentions and emotions for getting outcome and not coming from ego. Thoughts? Great comment. Well, first of all, my ego wants to comment on you talking about the ego. And just to point out, at least in this great country of Canada, and it's still a great country, even though communism has been taken over. It's okay, we're turning it around. But here, and I believe in the United States also, it is against the law to discriminate against anybody. And you actually, it is illegal to ask anybody to wear a mask for various reasons. In Canada, there's actually multiple laws, Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'm not an expert on U.S. law, but I'm pretty sure it's based on the same legal system. So I'm pretty sure it's illegal over there too. And obviously my ego wants to point out that it doesn't stop viruses and it cuts off the oxygen going to your brain and you're rebreathing the same thing and you're actually more likely to accumulate. It actually lowers your immune system and makes it more likely for you to get sick. So actually it's harmful. And my spiritual beliefs prevent me from doing harm to any sentient beings, including myself. So it's literally against my spiritual beliefs, my faith, my creed, to wear a mask. And I've said that before. Look someone right in the eye and says, this is against my, this is against my religious beliefs. You don't really get much pushback on that. Jesus said, and if I have to, I'm going to get weird with people and I'm going to talk about Jesus. Jesus said that you must love all brothers as they were yourself, and I would never harm my brother or myself, and therefore I could never wear this mask. You're asking me to do harm to myself. That's not an act of love. I love is my religion and my belief system, and you're asking me to go against love, and I'm afraid I can't do that. Don't say I'm afraid. That would be silly. I'm afraid to go against love. I'm not afraid. I am love. It's my nature, and that's my spiritual belief. And you're asking me not to be that. Can't do that. So you're correct. God wants you to be God. God wants you to express you and be you and express your unique gifts. That's what, again, God, it gets funny because it's like, it's some other force. It's just you. What do you want for yourself? All the best things. All the best things. So, yes, it's good you have a legit exemption. You don't need a legit exemption. But yes, the point that you're saying is you had success too only when you were aligned with your intentions and emotions for getting the outcome. So you weren't coming from ego. You weren't not wearing a mask to show that you're right or fuck the system or how dare you, or I won't be bossed around, because yes, that would be the ego for sure. Coming from that higher place of truth and love of I know my truth. I have a source connection, and I know that that source connection is about love and truth and oneness. And I know that harming myself, wearing a mask because some outside force tells me to do it, when I know that's not my truth, when I know it's not actually protecting anyone, there's no reason to wear it, I'm not sick. That's my truth, and doing it because I'm living my truth, and I'm literally, because I'm living my truth. I am simply following my divine guidance. I am in alignment with a higher power. Then yes, absolutely, that is the place to come from. And when you're coming from that place, when you're coming from that truth, you cannot be fucked with. There's no being that can say anything or do anything to stop that. That is the power of source connection. That's what we're stepping into as humanity right now, saying, we know the truth. We know that we are one consciousness. We are good, and we are not going to do anything that's not in integrity or for the benefit of all beings, whether it's pollution or funding organizations that are destroying the planet on whatever level, or funding murder. We're not going to do that anymore, because we know who we are. You see what I'm saying? So yes, brother, that you said it right there. Yeah, when you connect to source and you know the truth, then that's it. And I felt this as well with the mask thing. I felt this anger. How dare they try and do this? And then when I'm coming from that place, then people also react, and they're, oh, we're going to call the manager. We're going to kick you out of here. But when you're really in that love and you're in the truth, and you just say, hey, brother, I understand you have a job and you have bills to pay, and I respect that. And I understand part of your job is telling everyone to wear a mask. However, even though I love you and I want you to keep this job, I have to share with you that my spiritual beliefs, or whatever, my medical, whatever you want to share, that's your truth. My spiritual beliefs prevent me from doing any action that would harm any of my brothers and sisters, like yourself or myself. And my understanding is that these masks are actually dangerous for me. They're taking away from my health. And I've also discovered, upon research on my own, independent research, that the virus is far smaller than any of these masks can stop. So it doesn't. And I'm also have understood that healthy people cannot actually get anyone else sick. So the mask would be detrimental to me and goes against my beliefs and my logic and my truth. So it's against my religion to wear it. And I hope you respect that. That's it. Not a lot they can say. Oh, we're not going to let you in the thing. Oh, okay, cool. Well, my understanding is that in this particular country, our rights are guaranteed, and that if you're a public space, if you serve the public, even though it's a private business, you have to serve all members of the public, and you can't discriminate, not because of my skin color or my spiritual beliefs or my health condition. And so I believe you'd be in violation of that. And so before you make such a decision that can result in potentially very bad publicity and lawsuits, maybe you should bring your manager over to have a little chat with me. And believe me, by the time you run that shit, they're like, it's okay, you can come in. Yeah, nobody's going there with you, for the record. Nobody. But people are so afraid of being judged and afraid of confrontation, right? That most people won't simply say, no, brother, I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm not required to, and it's actually against my belief system. And I still love you, but not gonna happen. Most people just are so afraid of confrontation. That's why the social freedom stuff I've been teaching since like 2009 is so powerful, because it empowers you to actually speak your truth and express yourself authentically and not live in fear and not care what people think. That's why I'm able to have these conversations and do whatever stuff I do, because I'm not afraid to be judged. I'm not afraid to express myself authentically. And so anybody listening to this was like, yeah, we could use help with that. Go and get my free book, The Social Freedom Secret. It's on my website, infinitemansummit.com. It's free. It's got the whole mindset in there, and it's a life changer. So if you haven't read that, I don't know why you haven't, but you can. And also joining our 21-day Social Freedom Challenge is happening. Super, super powerful, unbelievable. You'll have the support of my team, the whole community of guys who are doing all this stuff. Is powerful, super powerful. So I hope that helped, Mr. Matthew Galtard. Yes. Yes, Fletcher. Some people wearing the masks, have been deceived and or whatever. But some of them just don't know, like they don't know, and they're just complying to societal pressure because people are wearing it, so maybe I should wear it. And some people actually believe the misinformation that healthy people can get other people sick. And so, yeah, when billions of dollars have been spent over the years to build a trust and faith in the government and mainstream media, and those forces tell you got to do this for your safety, a lot of people believe it. That's what psychological operations are. That's what brainwashing is. So yeah, we've all been brainwashed to some degree, and we're all waking up on our own at our own speed. And yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. What can we do? We're doing it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now that I made some little bit of money. Oh yeah, now that I got my hustle on. Oh yeah, that's right. Now there was another guy here that said, can you talk about charisma? You talk more about charisma being able to show what I want, shows I'm at peace with myself and can connect deep with people. Yes, so charisma is very interesting. A big part of it is what I just said, being able to have social freedom, so to express yourself. So if you still care what people think, then you're always going to be changing or crafting what you say so that it won't upset people, or so that you'll tell people what they want to hear. And we're all doing this on some level because we don't, that survival thing that's deep in all of us humans, all the way back from if you were to get kicked out of your tribe, you would starve in the forest alone and die. That's what it was like not that long ago, a few thousand years ago. That's like right around the corner in our evolution. So we believe if we say something or do something that someone doesn't want to hear, they don't like it, they're going to reject us, and that rejection, is tantamount to being, or on some emotional level, that's the same as being thrown out of the tribe, right? And you're going to die. So we literally think if we do something and someone disapproves of it, we're going to die. And most people are living that way. They'd rather wear a mask all the time in their car, walking around all the time, because if somebody yells at them, says, "Hey, how much you're in?" they're going to fucking die. And when you start realizing you're not going to die, it doesn't matter if people judge you or think you're weird or different. Doesn't matter. You're your own sovereign being, and it makes no fucking difference when anyone else thinks about you. Only how you think about yourself, and only you're in alignment to truth and God, and you living your life authentically and being a good person. And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what people think. People can think whatever they want. So that's always step one. You want to be charismatic? Start living your life authentically. Get the social freedom to be able to accept to express yourself. Because charismatic people, they're doing outrageous things and saying what they think and being loud. That's the main characteristic of charismatic people. They don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. That's how they can be charismatic and say outrageous shit. You know what I mean? Simple as that. So that'll allow you to show and say what you want to, and exactly, people will know you will become more at peace with yourself when you're stop caring what people think, and because you're being authentic and sharing your truth, you're going to be able to connect deeper with other people, for sure, because you're okay just being you, so they're okay with you being you, and it's the more comfortable you are being you, the more comfortable people are around you because you're being you, right? The other flip side to that from social freedom, which is, basically, other flip side is total and full, not just having that freedom, but also having self-acceptance. So really being okay with who you are, just being 100%, this is who I am. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay. I accept it. And that's a big one. That's like, again, lifetime journey. I'd say just in the last couple of years, I could just be like, yep, that's who I am. I'm good. I don't have to prove it. I don't have to be anything. I'm me. I'm doing my best, doing my thing, and that's it. Take it or leave it. Last couple of years, honestly, I'm 41. Now, I'd say like the last year, I'm just like, yep, that's me. I've always been social. I had the social freedom, but it was always still coming with some level of ego of having to prove something or be awesome, or you know what I'm saying? Oh, look at me. I have, look at this. Oh, I have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Look at me. Oh, look at me. Oh, look, I was making this much money. Oh, look at this picture of me and this beautiful woman that I hooked up with. Oh my God. That's, I'm still me and I'm still helping people, but what's this ego bullshit? We're all running these programs that we have to be something other than we are, or we have to be better than, that we have to compete with people, and all this fucking bullshit. It's all programming. It's not true. It has nothing to do with the truth. So that deep self-acceptance, that's a huge part of it. And doing the healing work. That's, if you really want to accept yourself, you got to heal. You got to do the healing, because so many of the programs we got running up here, from the trauma-based mind control system, society, fitting into society, being good, being a good citizen, all the fucking trauma from your parents and all the programs your parents had that are running in you, whether you're aware of them or not, you're running those programs for sure. Don't kid yourself. So doing that deep work, super critical. And yeah, that's why, just in the last little while, I've been going deeper and deeper into, merging all my healing and awakening stuff with my comedy, and teaching these comedy therapy courses, which are super profound, because I get people to start laughing at their own shit. They're laughing at they're literally seeing their trauma, writing jokes about it and laughing about it. So you're releasing all this shit and all these patterns that you had, and you're releasing it in a fun way rather than some traumatic way that's really difficult. You're just laughing about it. And then once you see it and you think it's funny, you go, huh, wow, I'm fucking retarded. And you can see it because it's funny. And then but you still go, oh shit, wow, I need to stop doing that. That's annoying. That's not helping me. You see what I'm saying? It brings that awareness in a funny way. So the healing for me is amazing. Super, super important. We've all got our healing to do. We've all got our healing to do. If anyone's in Vancouver, I'm actually going to be running one of those programs in Vancouver with comedy therapy, and another part, day 2, that's all about awakening, dropping the ego, healing, some presence practices with Paul and Kathy Scott. So we're going to be doing that. We're shooting for November 21st weekend, actually, here in Vancouver. I realize most people can't fly to Canada right now anyway, but if you happen to be in Canada, then reach out. So yeah, so that was a big rant, hey? So healing and social freedom, self-acceptance, huge. And I could fucking rant more probably, but that's probably good for now. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, goddamn, that was insane. Danny Quest, you're welcome, doggy. You're welcome. I'm laughing because this gentleman, Richard, has been for literally now for weeks, maybe months, debating whether or not he should ask a girl out in his karate class on a date. What do you think, guys? Should he take the chance and ask this girl on a date? Because it's literally been many months. It's been at least a month, and he's still thinking about it, guys. He's still thinking about it. I probably have other. It's time for a shave. That's why I have it. It's time for it. I'm about a week over when I should have shaved. It's true. But I've been doing things. I've been trying to do things to help humans. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Fletcher has got the social freedom. He says, "You've helped me hugely with social freedom. I'm able to go to strangers and say the most stupid, retarded thing because genuinely not care, because I'll make them laugh." Yeah, entertain yourself. You don't even have to say retarded things. Just say whatever the hell you want. It's all good. You don't have to, but yeah, it's good. Okay, so here's what we'll do to end this this is 3 hours. Yeah, this might be, I remember when David Icke was doing his big downloads with London Real, I would go on live stream and I'd talk about what they talked about. And I think at some point we had 100 people, I think maybe 110, but that was at the beginning of the pandemic. And so I think that we might have had more people on. But this has been definitely one of the longest and most people, I think, on for, yeah, it's going to be quite a bit. Arthur, you're a bit late. We've been here for 3 hours, yes, but the replay will be there. Did I watch wrestling when I was younger? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I like the Hulk Hogan. I like the Ultimate Warrior. I like the Macho Man, Randy Savage. This is probably before your time. Roddy Piper, I remember him. Jake the Snake Roberts. He was good. I like Jake the Snake. I actually fell in love with The Rock too. When later on, like in the late '90s, when The Rock started popping off, I liked The Rock. He was just such a care. He was just so in his ego, but he was just so ridiculously. He was so. I mean, he had the ultimate charisma. He just did not give a fuck what anyone thought. He was just so himself, and we love that when somebody just does not give a shit. You know what I mean? He just did not, and that's why. Loved The Rock. Loved The Rock. He was good. Love The Rock. Okay. Tea is calling. I haven't eaten today either. I've been fasting. Just had some tea. By the way, guys, damn, look how fat I look in this photo. Jesus Christ. I was live streaming Instagram, and I got this old photo of me at my restaurant. Look at that. Look at the fat face on this guy. I mean, doesn't even look like me anymore. Look at this guy. Look at that chubby face. My God. That was like literally right before I got into like all the fasting and all the crazy stuff. I just got this chubby face. My God. I think must be 25 pounds more there. It's just funny. Okay. So let's end with a bang. I think that let's just not peter out. I still appreciate who's been here from the beginning. Because can you let me know in the window? I'm just curious who actually made it through 3 hours. Don't lie either. I'm just curious. I'm not going to cry if nobody says hi, but I'm just curious who actually got here till now from the start. Or everyone just put in how many hours you've been here. So type like 1, 1.5, 2, 3. Just curious how long you guys have been here. Mr. Incredible, I know you've been here. He left me. He's one of the people that loves me the most. Oh, thanks, Jojo. It's true. I look good even with a fat face. Not fat face. Doesn't matter. That's nice. I like the flirting. Do keep up the flirting. Not too much because big ego, but a little bit. A little bit is okay. A little bit is okay. 3 hours and 3 minutes. Okay, that's cool. Fletcher says, I've watched this stream longer than I slept last night. That's funny. That's a good question, Sandro. I don't know if we can get to it because I'm about to poop out. It was perfect timing, Big Sexy. Thanks. 1.5 hours, keep it spiritual. One of my most hardcore stalkers, keep it spiritual. And Mr. Incredible. They're the hardcores. They're some of the hardcores. Oh, and Gary, of course. Gary, he loves me. I love him. He's a beautiful man. He's over in the UK. Got to stop sending me those pictures of just your butthole with the Vaseline. I love you. Don't need to see that. That's too much, Gary. I love you, but let's cut it off right there. Let's cut it off right there. Okay. I missed my class. Lucho, you missed your class? All right. So we'll do a little connection. We'll try and do a little bit of a connection to Thorth. I don't know why I went Thorthy. Connection to Thorth. We'll do that. And then we'll end this roller coaster train wreck of a rant. My God. What have I done? Okay. And what do you guys like better? Do you like the originally you guys were here? I had the big camera, battery died, but it's the wider view. It's higher quality and it's more of a big view. This is just my laptop. Obviously, it's closer. My head's bigger, but you don't get the view, and it's not as high quality. What do you guys actually prefer? I never asked. Maybe you guys are like, we like the Mac. We like your laptop camera. We don't care about the fancy big shot view. But let me know, those of you that have been here from the beginning, because you saw both. Okay. Let me think what we're going to do here. I'm going to tune in myself and see what I get for you turkeys. You spiritual turkeys. That's what you guys are, spiritual turkeys. You like the side view, eh, Mr. Incredible? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Yes. So one of the things I've noticed after the big awakenings has been a change of breathing. In the times when I've dropped the ego and there's only infinite consciousness and I'm back in the body, I'm no longer doing the shallow breathing that usually we do, right? We're usually just like in, out, right? In, out, using like whatever they say, 30% of our capacity or whatever. In those, when I'm, you know what I'm saying? Source energy, and I'm back here and I'm like, holy fuck, that's not the breath that's happening. And I've noticed this actually. I noticed it. It's one of the first things I said when I had the ego death, Christ ego death, went to fucking heaven, came back. That's one of the first things I noticed. I was sitting talking to Paul and my breath was completely different. I remember saying to him, wow, it's like I can breathe for the first time. And I was taking these automatically, just taking these bigger, it's like I had more lung capacity. That's what it felt like. It's like I'd never discovered, it's like I was like, wow, I have all this lung space, right? So it was, and a couple of months ago, I went through a shit ton of dying. And on the other side of that, also back in the body, as consciousness, for a long time, my breath was totally different. Totally different. My breath was like this. I hope you can hear it, but I'll explain it. It was a deep in, and then it was just a letting go. And I kept making this sound unintentionally. The sound was just happening. It was it's subtle. I don't know if you can hear it. So it's like a, right? But not forcing it. It's just happening. And so just now as I tuned in, it was like, I just got the, have them do that breath. Just came in, have them just do that breath together. So it's inhaling through the nose, fuller breath than normal. But when you let go, you're really letting go. And it almost feels like the chest lets go and also the shoulders are kind of letting go. And so just keep breathing like that and just be with me and just breathe like that. In and just letting go. And I'm my favorite anti-COVID comedian, that's for sure. And by the way, I've got COVID jokes from a COVID comedy set. I've done a couple, and soon I'm going to be putting that up, me doing street interviews mixed together with some of the jokes. So stay tuned. It's going to be super fun. I think you guys are going to love it. You guys are going to love what I've been doing, but it's coming soon. So let's just breathe that way. Let's just be together and just breathe. Nice big breath. Not huge, just bigger than normal, right? A full breath. And not in a rush to exhale, but you're not pushing the exhale. Just when you're full, just letting go all at once and allowing it to. And when you hear that gentle sound, that's the speed of the exhale that we're looking to get. So that sound is just happening. Okay, and let's do 30 of those breaths. Now I'll stop talking and just try and be just present and enjoying the relaxation, the letting go of everything. With each breath, letting go of thinking, letting go of worrying, and anything. We're just going to do 30 breaths, but I really want you to let go. Just let go. There's nothing to do but what's already automatically happening, which is the breath. It's already happening. We're just conscious of it. And we're just letting go. So 30 breaths, starting now. And let's just deepen the breath and stay with the presence. Just be here. And just tuning in to just this being, just this breath here. The peace that is there, just underneath all the thoughts. It's just there, this peace, this knowing, this being that requires absolutely nothing from you. No thinking is required. No doing is required. The breathing is just happening. Existence is just happening. You are not required for this. You are simply the peaceful breath, the presence that simply is always here now. Hmm. 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 Always here. Always now. Hmm. And even when you go back into the world and you're doing your thing, you can always bring it back to the breath. Always there. Always here. Always now. And you can be looking someone in the eyes, listening to them speak, nodding your head. You can be smiling. And still, the peace of the breath is always there. And just be aware. It's always there. That stillness that is there with the breath, and each breath is always actually there. It doesn't go anywhere. You are the stillness. The thoughts and the doing and the mind is simply another layer that is also there with that stillness. And if you tune into the stillness and the breath, you can let go of the ego mind, of the thinking and the worrying. You can just let it go and go into the stillness, which is actually the background for everything that you've got going on. It's always there. It's never not there. It's never going to not be there. All you have to do is remember to tune in to your nature, that breath, that being, that love. It's always you. It's always there. And train yourself that every breath is that. Every breath is that stillness, that presence, that love. It can't escape you. You are it. You've always been it. There's nowhere for it to go. You simply are that already. And now let's set the intention to your higher self, your angelic connections, the light realms, your ancestors, your spirit guardians. Set the intention that you are willing and open for those aspects to help you, to send you love, to send you intuition, to send you signs, to help you in this process that we're all going through of awakening. This process of dropping the trauma, dropping the programming, dropping the parts of the ego that are no longer required in this time, and allowing this divine, all these divine energies to come in, all this light, all this love, all this healing, all these higher vibrations that are coming for all of us. Ask for that help. Ask for those reminders to come in. Be open to all of this love and light coming from all aspects of yourself. And send out that, that intention, send out that message. I am awakening. I am ready. Please send whatever assistance is the highest for me in this time. I am open. Thank you. Thank you for the guidance. Thanks for being here. And thank you so much for the help. And let's rock this. You are always heard. All your requests are always, always, always heard. There's nothing you can request or ask for that is not received, because in actuality, you're simply speaking to yourself. So thanks, all the angelic beings, all aspects of all of ourselves, all the big we, consciousness, love, God, the eternal one, Christ consciousness, Buddha, Krishna. Thank you, all beings of love and light, for being here and for guiding us and being with us and loving us in this wonderful journey of global awakening that we're all experiencing. May all the beings tuning in here and on the replay, may all beings be blessed. May all beings be happy. May all beings remember the truth of their nature, that we are all the infinite one creator consciousness experiencing itself. May all beings remember their nature as quickly, as smoothly, as wonderfully as possible in their own unique journey. May all beings awaken. May all beings be happy. May all beings remember we are one love. Eternal one love. Breathe it in. And let it go. 3 big breaths. 3 big breaths, team. Woo. Love that good ass prana. Woo. Hey, we're still at the same number of people. Nobody took off. That's amazing. That's amazing, guys. Come on back when you're ready. Keep on breathing. You don't have to stop the breathing. Once you're in the divine connection, you can keep the divine connection. You can open your eyes. You're still in that divine connection. You can listen to the voice coming through the internet screen and TV thing and whatever device. You can still be breathing and keep that divine connection. No need to let it go, because you're actually that. You're always going to be that. Everything else is just a distraction. You are welcome, Mr. Kronos. Indeed, you are a breath. You are presence. That is your true nature. Infinite presence, forever and ever and ever experiencing itself. And when you remember that, no fear, no doubt, no worry can exist. can't exist because there is no separation between you and any other sentient being anywhere. Doesn't exist. There is only infinite consciousness in all of its forms playing, being in this crazy, wacky dream that we're in. There's nothing here but that. And just know everything is unfolding absolutely perfectly, exactly as it should. Every single being experiencing their perfect awakening, every single being in every moment being touched by the perfect unfoldment of love by the Infinite One Creator. Even when the love looks like, something bad happening, it's the bad happening that you need for your awakening. And when you realize everything happening in your life is tailored for your unique awakening, and you accept that, and you pause, you connect to source, and you ask the real questions. Why is this happening to me? What am I supposed to learn? What am I supposed to understand? How can I transmute this experience, these emotions, into love, into light, into greater wisdom, and so that I can become from these experiences the higher and higher and higher version till I'm the highest version of this incarnation, so I can use my unique gifts for the awakening and liberation of all beings from suffering. That's all that's happening here. We are all waking up until our will becomes God's will. And in that one will, though we have many, many forms, that one will together is awakening all the other parts of the self until we all unite as one infinite consciousness and go back to source as that. There's nothing else happening here other than the awakening of consciousness to the ultimate truth of divine oneness, bliss, peace, experiencing itself forever and ever. There's nothing else happening. Everything out there in the world is just everyone else's awakening happening. And some people are freaking out, and some people are seeing this, and some people, it doesn't really matter what's happening out there. It's only relevant what's happening in here. You are waking up. You are responsible for one being's awakening, your awakening. That's it. Nothing else is required of you. And when you truly drop enough of the ego and the programs and all that stuff, and you connect with source, and you know you are that, not this, then the only thing there will be to do for you will be to be at service of that infinite consciousness in its plan for further learning and growing, and you will inevitably end up serving the whole. And it's joyous and it's wonderful, and there's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do but wake up and then help the rest of humanity in their awakening. That's it. And wherever you are in that is exactly perfect. Wonderful. Because there's no time limit. Consciousness has no time limit. Eternal consciousness is not in a rush to get anywhere or to do anything. It simply is doing what it does, evolving and learning and growing through infinite forms forever. And if you think there's an end, there's no end. There's no end. We just keep going. Higher levels of bliss and joy and oneness and mystical experiences, those happen in the, in the human form. I can only speak for this form. But boy, it gets better and better and better and more peaceful and less mind and more bliss and more love as you get to those higher levels of consciousness and realizations. In your remembering of the truth of your nature, there's just more of that good stuff. Yeah. Doesn't end. Doesn't end. It's an infinity game. The question of all questions, eh? What is the feeling you experience when you connect with God? Well, experiences, like the first one in New York, that was it's a shock. God shock is a term they use because it's so shocking. Because when you remember that you and God are one, because that's what it is, right? Like, I'm going to be frank here. You and God are the same thing. And so when you realize you're that and not the body, it's a shock. It's a shock and massive amounts of relief and joy and tears and ecstasy, because all of the fear that you ever had and all the worry and all the doubt, it's gone, because God has no fear and doubt or worry. So everything negative goes out the window and there's only the positive. That's the easiest way of talking about absolute joy and peace and bliss and oneness and love. No questions. And if there are questions, they're immediately answered, because when you remember your nature and your God, you have all the answers too, at least all the answers that you desire. There's other things that you don't know, but you don't need to know, But what you need to know is answered, right? What am I? What's the point? But boom, you're forever. You're forever. You're not a person. You're infinite consciousness. So it's a shock. It's a shock. The first time is a shock. It's a shock and tons of joy and a lot of relief. A lot of relief. When you drop the ego, it's a relief. You're like, holy fuck, I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was a person. I thought I could get old. All those things are gone. You understand? Everything is gone. It's all gone, because it's not who you are. And it is an illusion, in that it's not the truth. It's just a part of the experience, but you're a consciousness, not a person. You're having a dream. It's like, what's real, the dream or the dreamer? You're the dreamer. That's what happens. You realize you're the dreamer. You're the one dreaming all of this, and you're a character in your own dream. And so what happens to the character? It doesn't really matter. You can make the most of it. You can learn and grow, whatever, but ultimately, it doesn't fucking matter. You're the dreamer. You're all of it. You're the creator of all of it. You're just the dream character right now. So who gives a shit? So it's yeah. And then other and there's different levels and different experiences. And I've had so many. They're all kind of different. They're different. But that which you are, well, the feeling experience, it's beyond description. You're eternal. So to realize that you're immortal, your nature is eternity. You are eternity itself. You were never born. You will never die, and you have full self-awareness. You're everything and everyone forever. You are infinite. I am self-awareness without end. There's no time. Time is a construct that you created to just explore yourself. So there is nothing but what you are in the universe, which is infinite self-awareness and love, forever, unending joy, peace, bliss, and self-knowing. Forever is you, has always been you, and will always be you forever, because there is no time, and you simply are what you are, and you can never change that. It is indescribable, our true nature. I'm trying using words. It's yeah. That's what source is. I'm describing source. Source is that infinite self-knowing, forever and ever and ever existence. All existence is I am consciousness, forever, without end. No end, no end, no end, no beginning, no end, just being forever. So that's the best sort of explanation of, like, when I went to source, died, went to source. And then there's other awakenings which were which are different, similar but different. Yeah, because some of them are that's like a cosmic consciousness, kind of like the Buddha type thing. But then if in the Christ Heart Awakening, and there was a couple versions of that, actually a few, and it's different. That's actually the heart exploding, which is really fucking profound. I haven't actually shared it. I need to do a podcast on it because it's so mind-blowing. But that one is, you are love. It was a different awakening. That's the thing. There's so many there's so many awakenings. So what I was talking about is, when I went to source, and that eternal source forever, that's it. And I realized even that experience, though it was, as far as I know, the biggest you can have in a, in a human body. Of course, there's I don't even know. I mean, who fucking knows? Because there's so many different awakening experiences that it's unending, and you think, oh, that's it, and then more crazy shit happens. So who the fuck knows? I don't even know. But as far as I know, of all the ones that have happened, that was kind of the big one where literally Sasha died, and then I went there. No one's going anywhere. That's just all there is, and I had to die to actually be what I am, and then come back in without the fucking that aspect of who I thought I was, because it died. It's fucking, words are a funny thing. But yeah, it's pretty epic. And that's where you go when you leave the body. When you actually die, like you get hit by a truck or whatever, you're going there. That's actually you. This is just a dream. That's you. And when you realize that what I'm talking about is you, there's nothing to be worried about, because you're always that, and you can never not be that. Doesn't matter if you're here another 6 weeks, 6 years, 60 years, 600 years, doesn't matter. You're that infinite consciousness forever experiencing itself in all these forms forever. This is just one form. Doesn't matter. It literally, you can never not be what I'm talking about there. That's us. Everybody. Infinite consciousness forever and ever and ever. You can remember it in this lifetime, next lifetime, 100 from now. Doesn't fucking, on one sense, you're retarded. Who cares? On one point, who gives a shit? Enjoy. Waste your life. Do crack cocaine. Have a shit. Bang hookers. You can do all the crazy ass shit. You can be totally ignorant, totally fucking ass. Live like an asshole. Be just unconscious. Guess what? You are still that eternal one, forever experiencing itself. However, being out of alignment with the truth and the love and the bliss, and treating people like, oneness and love, and being a selfish asshole in your ego, you just won't be very happy. That's the thing. When you live out of alignment with that which you truly are, there's not a lot of joy and bliss and peace, because you're in separation consciousness. Separation is not the truth. And the more you move away from the truth, the more suffering there is. Literally, it's that simple. The more you can put that on a fucking, somebody wants to put that on a little quote thingy from me, but it's quite simple. The further you are living outside of the truth of the nature of God, the more you live outside the principles of what God is, you could phrase it lots of ways, the more you are suffering. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. It's not more complicated than that. So you can do that. All that stuff. You can be a thief or a robber or a murderer, all these fucking things and terrible whatever, if that's part of your journey. But you're going to be in these lower vibrational states of separation from God, trying to get that unity consciousness. But you can't because you're living outside of the principles. And so if you're choosing separation and you're choosing to experience that, you don't have access to the truth of oneness and love, because it's just the opposite of the truth, right? Truth is over here, oneness, God, all is, just forever, consciousness, love God, and separation. I am just this person, and I need to fight for me, and blah, 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 and I need more. They're just opposites. They're just like one is the ultimate truth of reality. The other was the opposite of the truth of reality, which is separation. It's not the truth. It's part of the dream, but it's not the truth. So you can go and waste your life and become a crackhead if you want to. Crackhead it up. God wants to know what it's like to be a crackhead, apparently, because that's also happening. But it's just a choice. What do you want to experience in this lifetime? Do you want to experience the reunification of this element of all that is with higher self, which is bliss and joy and peace beyond conception, to remember your immortal infinite consciousness without end? Is that your goal? Or, hey, if I could just get this car, then I'm going to get me some poon. If I can just, or let's just take these drugs and let's just get high. Let's spend a couple $100 on cocaine, get a little bit high. You're taking cocaine because you want to connect with source, but it's not really the best way to do it. You know what I'm saying? You're drinking because you want to not feel the pain and the trauma that's preventing you from feeling that source connection. Everything that we're doing, you want to have sex and have an orgasm so you can feel good and love, so that you can feel that source connection that's actually your true nature. These are all things that we're trying to do to feel the actual truth of our nature, right? And we're just not going about it the right way because, of course, look at the system. We're conditioned. The whole system is about separating us from each other, right? Separation consciousness and drugs, booze, pharmaceuticals, all these things, this war on consciousness to separate us from what we truly are. And that's actually what's happening here, has been happening. And now we can see the flip side. The Great Awakening is here. Many beings are awakening, and we're all awakening. We're all one consciousness awakening, and it absolutely can't be stopped at this point. It's unstoppable. Some beings are saying something major happening on December 21st, the upgrading consciousness, and big podcast coming out with Paul. We did recently. We'll be talking about this coming out soon on Woke as Fuck podcast. And yeah, prepare yourself because the higher energies are coming. So this is the time to get in integrity. You got shitty relationships bringing you down, people bringing you down, time to drop it. You're doing some job you fucking hate, time to drop it. You got bad habits, you're eating crappy foods, or you're still poisoning your body, time to drop it, because you will receive the maximum amount of these ascension energies that you can take. And if you're really in a place where you're not conscious, you're not really here, you're unhealthy, whatever, you may not be able to receive these energies. And so you'll get some, but maybe not as much as you could have. And believe me, you want to be prepared to receive as much as you can, because this is literally ascension energy. Get ready. This is the time. It's coming. This is it. This is the Great Awakening. Get ready. Get ready, baby. So, Heshkin, you got me on you asked the big question, and I'm kind of in the zone. So I just told you the big answer, whether or not I sound like a loony or not. That was my experience. Did all that. Holy shit. Oh, okay. I see. I got confused for a second. Heshkin, same dude. Yeah, so, okay, hang on, wait, let me just catch up here. Elon is a team, that's funny. This has been one of my favorite sermons. The other was also on a Wednesday or Tuesday at the same time. Super beneficial, and I thank you for that, brother. You're welcome, Fletcher. I love you. Fletcher, one of my big stalkers. Matthew says, Matthew, that's a good biblical name, Matthew. I should have worn my Jesus necklace this week. It's over there. Next week, I'm going to wear the Jesus. Keep in mind, we live in a time of false prophets and teachers and controlled opposition. Use your own best discretion with whomever you choose to follow. Sasha speaks truth. Stop it. It's true. I'm pretty truthy. I try to share as much as I can. I mean, he said it there, listen to your heart. Where is somebody coming from? Are they coming from a place of source connection? If they're coming from their heart and the intention and energy is the awakening, the liberation of all beings, coming from love, and you really feel the love coming off them, then they're being used by source to spread the love. And that's it. And you'll know when someone's full of shit, because you'll feel it. You'll be like, what the fuck's this guy? There'll be some kind of an agenda, and you'll just know when people are full of shit. So yeah, trust your intuition. If you don't feel good and you don't feel the love, and beings are not pushing you towards, you are love, you are truth, you have the answers within. If it's not that message and it's something they're going to give you to bit, then there's some ego and some corruption there. And yeah, egos abound, right? Everybody's got one. So yeah, but we're just different. We're all in different stages of dropping that and being at service. And so you want to listen to people who are coming from that place, who are at a certain level in their awakening. Certainly if you're if you're really going to take their advice, you want to make sure they're coming from a good place. Okay, so Heshkin asked, can you achieve that connection via meditation and working on the inner self, or do you need to choose a specific practice or religion? $4.99 British. That's like $7 Canadian. Yeah, and he sent it to me twice. So bam, Sasha's eating some mangoes tonight. No, I'm not getting mangoes here. They're not going to be good. I'm in Canada I'm in Vancouver. They're not going to be good. So okay. So that's a trick question. You know what? I'm going to pee. I'm going to give a good answer. I'm going to pee. I've officially broken the record. This is the longest live stream I've ever done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is almost 4 hours. We've broken it. I'm going to piss. I may or may not be drinking my own piss. I may be having a tea. I'm not going to tell you. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hang on. Now we're gonna do a juicy one. This is going to be a juicy one. Man, people just dropping off like flies. God damn, so fun. So, all right. Who wants to guess what's in this cup right now? Who wants to guess? Damn, that's really good. Woo! As you guys guess. Well, actually, I'll scroll down. Let's see. Woo! now you guys are slow at guessing, and that's okay. I'm going to answer the question, and then we'll get back to guessing what's in the tea. Okay, good. So, so yeah, there's no like all of our journeys back to source are unique and different. So I can only really speak to, what I've been doing along my journey, and I can talk about experiences I've had. But it's difficult. It's difficult necessarily even to correlate the practices to the experiences. Maybe the experiences were going to happen anyway, and it just so happened I was doing the practices. But it seems like it seems to me that there's a correlation. So all I can do is just share everything I've done and my experiences, and then hopefully some of those will resonate and people go, yeah, that sounds good, I'll try that. Honestly, what I'm realizing is all of these things I'm talking about are all permission slips. Everything is a permission slip. You are consciousness, it's your nature, and you will eventually remember and your nature and merge back with source. You can't not do that. That's the nature of consciousness. So you can't not go home. You will go home. But how you want to do that and what's your journey going to be like, all that kind of stuff, all of these things you're asking about, meditation, working on your inner self, even other practices. Certainly the question of all these things, they're basically permission slips, right? It's like, okay, if I do this thing, that will lead me to the thing that I want, which is the awakening. The awakening is inevitable. You can seemingly take steps that will get you there. Maybe it moves quicker. It's almost like you're making the soil for your awakening more dense. You can till the soil. You know what I'm saying? But it happens like the big awakening. That's divine. That really is divine. It's that's out of your hands as a person. That's just going to happen. So certainly, when it comes to do you need to choose a specific practice or a religion? No, because there's many practices and there's lots of religions. If a religion helps you, if it's one that's coming from truth and you can feel that, and they're really coming from a place of love, I'd be very careful to make sure any teachings you're tapping into are coming from a place of love, because if they're not, they've been corrupted, because God is love. God is love. Anything that's not love is not God. Okay, so any information you're being given that is not coming from that vibration, be careful. Okay, so specific religion, no, but like you can even take bits from religions that do resonate as truth and embed those. But as soon as something is not, you have to trust your inner knowing and go, this is not computing. So which means human ego got involved and changed this teaching or this story, So it's all permission slips. There's not one way. The most important thing is that you have made the decision that you want to wake up and that you want to know God, and that you are putting your energy towards that. That's what matters, because your higher self goes, oh, he's actually working towards this now, which means you may be ready and for higher and higher experiences. Imagine if you're not working, you're just like, oh, whatever, waking up, maybe not. And you're just like living your life, ignoring, you don't care about awakening. And then you have a major awakening experience. That doesn't seem to really make sense. You're not expecting it. You didn't work for it. It's going to be shocking. You might think you're going nuts. Like it's like it doesn't make sense, really. Though it does apparently happen. Apparently, some people have karma and they're supposed to wake up, and there's stories of it does happen. But generally, no. You're putting your energy towards it. You're saying to all that is, higher self, God, self, hey, I want to wake up. This individual bit of consciousness is ready, and I'm working at it. And as you're working on it, and you're putting out those vibrations of I want to wake up. Well, things are going to shift. You're going to meet spiritual teachers. You're going to have certain experiences. You're going to have awakening experiences. Things start to happen when you're ready. That expression, when the student is ready, the master appears, teacher appears, right? Yeah, it's true. It's very, very true. So it's really about your intention and the energy you're putting into your awakening. It doesn't fucking matter what it's all permission slips, because you already are consciousness. How can you can't be anything then? all it is. You're already all it is, just in this unique experience. So does it matter if it's yoga, meditation, plant medicines, prayer? Like it's all, if you really have the intention, like I'm gonna wake the fuck up, it doesn't really matter which thing you choose. It's just about the intention and putting that energy into it, because it's the putting that life energy into it that signifies to the rest of creation, I'm actually trying for this. And then creation goes, oh, you're really trying for this? Okay, let's work with this being now. Let's make this happen, right? That's all it is. So it doesn't matter. As long as you just go, yep, I want to wake up, let's do it. Whatever resonates for you. You like Krishna? Good. You like Buddha's teachings? Great. Study the Buddha. You like Christ conscious, Yeshua's teachings? Good. That's the one for me. The heart, the love, that's my, that's my main influence and teacher. That's what resonates for me. That's it. Beautiful. You want to do yoga? Great. You want to do mantras? Great. You want to just pray and listen to Krishna Das all day and dance around, and that's how you connect with God? Great. You can do that. You can dance and sing your way straight to enlightenment. That's actually one of the paths. You know what I'm saying? That is literally one of the paths to enlightenment, singing and dancing. One of them is devotion, to being at service to other beings, helping others, being totally selfless and just serving others. That's a path to enlightenment too. You know what I'm saying? It's all, it's your whole, you created this hologram for all these versions of you, for you to experience awakening and return home to truth. So you can do it any fucking way you want, baby. It's like one of those choose your own adventure books. I was reading these like 30 years ago when I was a kid. I don't know if they still make those, but you can, you read to the end of the part where there's a decision and you got to pick. If you want to open the door, go to this page. If you want to like run away, you open this page. And if you want to like do something else, go over this page. It's a choose your own adventure hologram. There's no wrong answers. There's answers that may lead to more suffering and more difficult experiences and extra drama that you don't really want to experience. It's not wrong. It's just, you could have done it a different way. You could have done it in a way that had more joy and peace and love. That's what you can change. But all your experience and what you choose to experience and your level of love and peace and joy, what vibration you're in, is actually the only thing you can control. And when you realize that you're only responsible for your vibration, everything else is happening automatically. The good, the bad, the difficult. You can simply just keep your vibration high. Realize it's all God's perfect love unfolding. Be present with it. Ask yourself why it's happening. Meditate, contemplate, see the lessons. Forgive yourself. Forgive everyone else for any trespass. Realize it's just ego and everyone's just confused and it's all just egos fucking around. And, and just control your vibration. Be at peace. Be happy. And don't concern yourself. Just that's all you can do, because your awakening is inevitable. Those major awakening points at certain ages, they are inevitable. And that's actually why sometimes if we're really behind schedule and we're ignoring the signs that it's time to change and it's time to wake up and we're just being really unconscious, that's when we manifest, a car accident or losing our job or global coronavirus, whatever. These things come in because we are. Let's pretend at age 32, you're supposed to have a certain awakening, and you're 30 and you haven't even begun. You're just like, your life may just fall apart completely to get you to that point where you're like, fuck God, there's a God, please help me, because you need that experience to start waking up, to get on that path, to have that awakening at 32, which you're supposed to have. So suddenly you're like, everything's fucking, God hates me, everything's shit. No, God doesn't hate you. You have been unconscious and not seeing the signs and the little gentle clues of maybe you should start changing and waking up. So higher self is putting the smack down because you have an appointment with God at age 32 and you're 30 and a half and you haven't fucking started waking up yet. Yeah, bro. Things may get a little intense for you. It's not that God doesn't love you. It's that God is you and is giving you the poke so you can start fucking, because you got an appointment that you're going to keep. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing but you here. There's nothing but we here. It's all we, me, I am, all. Nothing else going on here. Nothing else going on. I know it seems like other things are going on, but nothing else is actually happening. Woo! Was that answer worth 10 British pounds? I think it was. Let's be honest. And I know. And I answered your other big one. You remember that? I did a really epic rant about what it's like to be God. Then you gave me that. So technically, as a Jew, that was £5 for that question. £5 for you, sir, are a good Jew. You got a lot out of me for that money. You got a lot. Let's be honest. You're winning here. But we're actually all winning because you're me and I'm you. So we're actually winning together. We're winning together. I feel like I should be Trump's, you know what I'm saying? I should be his main guy in Canada. Winning together. Trump. Day game. Trump Lazarev. Trump Lazarev. Sounds good. Are you happy? Heshkin, are you happy? I think Heshkin is happy. You're welcome, Fletcher. Yes, Fletcher, that is it. Everything is unfolding perfectly. Just have to see it. That's it. Life gets very interesting when you just see it. You look at your life and you go, oh, it's all happened exactly the way it was supposed to happen. Every time I fucked it up, did stupid shit, life kicked my ass. I was supposed to do all that shit to get the wisdom, to get to this point, so I could wake up and then use that wisdom and knowledge and those skills in my dharma and doing what I'm here to do, to be who I am, and so I can help. At least in my case, I happen to be on the Bodhisattva vow, so I'm here to help everyone else. But I'm assuming when you really drop the ego and you're really doing your purpose and you're free and you're truly, you're doing you and you're liberated, I'm guessing most people are going to want to help other people. But I don't actually know that for sure. That's just my experience. I've heard from one of my spiritual teachers, there's another path when you pop and you actually go into the mountains and you don't give a fuck about anyone because it's all a dream and it makes no difference what you do. And I actually at one point actually kind of was tempted to do that. So that does happen. There are beings who just go, fuck this shit, and they go off to the mountains. I didn't do that this lifetime, but it was a close call. For a while there, it was a close call. I'll be honest. Have you guys seen my plaque? Huh? That's right. I got a plaque. Yeah, because I'm cool. Because I got a certain amount of subscribers on YouTube. This was like a year and a half ago, and then it went below that, and then my ego was like, I can't believe people are leaving my channel. It was really funny drama how God played a joke. But just so you know, I'm special because I have this plaque, and you guys don't. Okay, so just so you know, even though we're all one, this guy is a little bit more special because I got this plaque. Okay, that's why I keep it over there to remind myself to keep me in the body. Gotta have a little ego, because otherwise, guys, because I'm so high level, I would have checked out of the body, and this plaque keeps me in the body. Okay, guys. So when I talk about how great I am, remember, I'm doing it because I want to stay in the body so I can help you guys. Okay. So when I'm in my ego, I'm at service to you guys. Okay. I just want to clear that up in case anybody's wondering why I'm flashing the plaque. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Just want to make sure we're all clear. We're on the same page, guys. Okay. Excellent. I will be doing stand-up comedy this Sunday at noon, actually at the Vancouver Art Gallery for anybody who's interested. I will be making jokes about the Rona and spirituality, and it'll be fun. It's going to be fun. Tell your friends to follow me on Instagram because I will be posting the flyer, and it's going to be super fun, guys. It's going to be super fun. I don't know if anyone's in Canada who's listening to this, but fly over to Vancouver. My comedy show is totally going to be worth it. Totally going to be worth it. Tiger Tea is incorrect. The correct answer was urine with some boiled water and some honey. Cheers, guys. Cheers. That's why it's a bit strong today, I'll be honest. Woo, it's good. I've never actually put honey in with my urine before. That was a first. I just had that thought because I keep making these teas and I love them. But then I drink when I'm clean and I'm just eating like fruit and I have my piss. It tastes so good anyway. I'm like, what if I just had piss and added a little honey? Delish. and much more nutritious than just water with a tea bag, to be honest. So, yeah, I may have to give away all the tea bags after all that love and professing my love for tea publicly earlier on here. I may have to let it go. Sorry. Yep. Well, Matthew, it's not just for tea drinking is not just for weekends and holidays. Apparently, it's for Wednesdays also. So I realize if you're in Europe, it's already Thursday. Thanks, Fletcher. I like to think Sasha's been laying down the smack. But really, anything good that I do is definitely not. It's not Sasha, but yeah, we'll pretend. Okay, so this has been good, hey? This has been good. We broke the record. Wow. Holy shit. Well, to all you guys who were here from the start, wowzers. I like how literally after 3 hours in, I'm like, okay, we'll finally do the meditation. And then we went another big chunk. And holy shit, that was a hell of a thing. So yeah, we knew it had to end at some point. I think that point is now. I don't even know what I'm going to do. I'm so used to just like being in front of the screen and hanging out with you guys. It's just normal for me now. Suddenly I'm like, fuck, what am I going to do? There's so many things I could do, but I don't know. It's not going to be as much fun as this. Jeez, so I don't want to end it, but I have to end it at some point. Yeah, Fletcher, I know. I still got to do some things. We're trying to find a DJ for a crazy event. So much to do. Things are happening. Okay, guys. So good night to you in Europe. People in Vancouver, this side of the continent, you can still do some things. Get ready for sleepies. If you're on the East Coast, get ready for sleepies. And this has been fun. We'll do it again this Sunday. We will do it again. We'll do it again. For sure, going to be doing it again. That's good, Matthew. Matthew is practicing being himself. For a second. Is that who? No, it's not who I thought. Okay. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. I love you guys. We love. Isn't that the most accurate thing to say? We love we. It's beautiful. We are waking up from the dream, and it's just happening, and it's happening faster and faster. And just enjoy the show and do your part and stay in love. And it's all going to be good. It's all going to be good. All right. Throwing kisses. You guys can throw some kisses back. Tell me it was good. Tell me you love me. Tell me you're going to miss me till Sunday. Make me feel some of that love, guys. This is your chance to make this guy feel some love before I hang up the call. We love we. Yay! That's right. Keep it spiritual. That's what I'm talking about. We love we. Da-na-na. We love we. Da-na-na. Good night, Gabriel Torres. Thanks for being here, Fletcher, Ben, Matthew, all you freaks, especially the ones that were here the whole time. Have some pee for me. I am taking this next sip of pee for you, Matthew, right here. Oh. Woo, that's legit. Oh, damn. Whew. That one had a kick to it. Whew. All right. I guess the rest of you are shy and don't want to say goodbye. You know, I know you're in here, right? Because there's like 6 people say goodbye. There's another 29 people listening right now that didn't say goodbye. Come on, guys. I'm on, guys. You could at least say goodbye. You turkeys. All right, I guess the rest of you are shy. All right, peace out, everybody. See you in a few days. God bless you all. Oh, yeah, thanks, Arthur. Arthur, you were being shy there. Arthur made it to the end, too. Okay. Peace, everybody.